The Bodyguard's Lie, a dark romance novel. Prologue, The Offer. Emma Hartwell. The lawyer's office smells like old money and older secrets. Mahogany paneling. Leather chairs worn smooth by decades of uncomfortable conversations. A view of Central Park that probably costs more per square foot than my entire flat back in London. I shouldn't be here. I should be at the youth hostel in Brooklyn, where I've been sleeping for the past week, sharing a room with 3 backpackers who snore like industrial machinery. I should be refreshing my email obsessively, waiting for responses to the 47 job applications I've sent out since arriving in New York. I should be anywhere but sitting across from Gerald Fitzpatrick Esquire, whose silver cufflinks probably cost more than my graduate degree. "Miss Hartwell," he says, sliding a folder across the gleaming desk. "Thank you for coming on such short notice." I don't reach for the folder. Instead, I grip the arms of my chair and force myself to meet his eyes. "I'm not signing anything until you tell me what this is about." The corners of his mouth twitch, not quite a smile, more like acknowledgement that I'm not a complete idiot. "Fair enough." He leans back, steepling his fingers. "My client has a delicate situation that requires discretion and a particular skill set. When your name came across my desk, you seemed like an ideal candidate." "My name?" I keep my voice flat. "You mean the one currently being dragged through every art conservation forum in Europe?" To his credit, Fitzpatrick doesn't flinch. "Allegations," he says smoothly, "not convictions, not even formal charges. A wealthy man made uncomfortable by rejection, and you paid the price for your professionalism." The words land like a punch I should have seen coming. He knows. Of course he knows. 6 weeks ago, I was the rising star at the Courtauld Institute. 28 years old, the youngest conservator they'd hired in a decade, working on a 14th-century altarpiece that museums across Europe had been fighting over for years. Then Sir Marcus Wellesley, billionaire collector, museum board member, man who thought his money entitled him to anything he wanted, decided he wanted me. I said no. He said I'd regret it. 2 days later, I was accused of attempting to seduce him in exchange for career advancement. The allegation was absurd, contradicted by security footage and witness testimony, but it didn't matter. Sir Marcus had connections, influence. The kind of power that turns whispers into truth. The investigation cleared me of any wrongdoing, but my reputation was already ash. No one in London would hire me. Too controversial, too much risk. The art world is small, and scandal sticks like oil paint to canvas. So I ran. Cashed in what little savings I had, bought a one-way ticket to New York, and told myself I could start over. That was 3 weeks ago. My bank account now has $243 in it. Starting over, it turns out, requires money I don't have. "What does your client want?" I ask. Fitzpatrick opens the folder, revealing a single sheet of paper, a contract, dense with legal jargon I'd need an hour to parse. 6 months of your time, he says, in exchange for $150,000. The number hits me like cold water. 150,000. Enough to pay off my student loans, rent a decent apartment, rebuild my career on my own terms, away from men like Sir Marcus who think women are acquisitions. For what? My voice comes out steadier than I feel. What exactly would I be doing for 6 months? Attending events, dinners, galas, gallery openings. You'd be provided with appropriate wardrobe, accommodation, and a stipend for incidentals. So I'd be an escort. You'd be a companion, Fitzpatrick corrects, with a kind of emphasis that suggests he's had this conversation before. No physical intimacy is required or expected. This is purely a public arrangement. I should walk out. Every instinct I have, the ones honed by years of watching my father charm his way through life, leaving broken promises and unpaid debts in his wake, is screaming that this is too good to be true. But I don't move. Because $150,000 is the difference between survival and drowning. Companion to whom? I ask. The details are in the contract. My client values privacy, but I can assure you that you'd be perfectly safe. Security will be provided at all times. I need more than assurances. I need a name. Fitzpatrick hesitates, then reaches for his phone. He types something quickly, then sets it face down on the desk. My client would like to meet you. Today, if you're available. After that, you're free to make your decision. And if I say no? Then you walk out of here, and we never had this conversation. He slides a business card across the desk. But Miss Hartwell, I've been doing this for 30 years. I've seen a lot of people in your position, talented, desperate, backed into corners by circumstances beyond their control. The ones who succeed are the ones who know when to take a calculated risk. I stare at the card. Callum Hale Enterprises. The name means nothing to me. He's expecting you at 4 o'clock, Fitzpatrick says. The address is on the back. I pick up the card, and I hate myself a little for it. 3:47 p.m. Hale Tower, Midtown Manhattan. The building is glass and steel and arrogance, 60 stories of fuck you wealth stabbing into the Manhattan skyline. I stand on the sidewalk staring up at it and wonder if I've made a terrible mistake. A black SUV is idling at the curb. The driver, a man built like a brick wall in an expensive suit, steps out when he sees me. Miss Hartwell? Yes. I'm Dominic Torres. Mr. Hale sent me to bring you up. He's handsome in an easy, approachable way. Dark hair, warm brown eyes, a smile that probably makes most people trust him instantly. I don't trust easily. I can find my own way up, I say. I don't doubt it. But Mr. Hale's elevator requires biometric access. Unless you've secretly been added to the security system in the last hour, you'll need an escort. The way he says escort is pointed, mocking, almost, like he knows exactly what kind of arrangement Fitzpatrick pitched to me. Fine. He opens the passenger door. I hesitate, then slide in. The interior smells like leather and something else. Bergamot, maybe. Expensive cologne. Dominic gets behind the wheel and pulls into traffic with the kind of precision that suggests military training. So, he says, glancing at me in the rearview mirror, Fitzpatrick, give you the whole song and dance? He gave me a contract and a lot of vague promises. Sounds about right. His smile widens. For what it's worth, you're not walking into anything dangerous. Callum's a lot of things, but he's not a predator. You know what this is about, then. I know enough. And what is it you do for Mr. Hale? Head of security. Which means I know where all the bodies are buried, literal and metaphorical. He says it like a joke, but something in his tone suggests he's not entirely kidding. We pull into an underground garage. Dominic parks in a spot marked private, then leads me to a private elevator with a sleek black panel instead of buttons. He presses his palm to it. The panel glows green. Biometrics, I say. Callum doesn't believe in keys. Too easy to lose. The elevator shoots upward so smoothly I barely feel the movement. 60 floors in what feels like seconds. When the doors open, I step into another world. The penthouse is all clean lines and brutal minimalism. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city, furniture that looks like it belongs in a museum, art on the walls that I recognize even from across the room. A Rothko. A genuine fucking Rothko, hanging in someone's living room like a poster from a college dorm. He's in his office, Dominic says, gesturing down a hallway. Last door on the right. You're not coming with me? Nope, this part's between you and him. He says it gently, but there's something in his expression, pity, maybe, that makes my stomach clench. I walk down the hallway alone. The office door is open. And that's when I see him, Callum Hale. He's standing at the window, silhouetted against the late afternoon sun. Tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a black suit that fits him like it was engineered rather than tailored. He doesn't turn when I enter. Miss Hartwell. His voice is low, roughened by an accent I can't quite place. Scottish, maybe. Softened by years but still present in the vowels. Thank you for coming. Mr. Hale. Callum. He turns then, and I see his face. He's younger than I expected. Mid-30s, maybe. Sharp-boned. with pale gray eyes that assess me like I'm a problem to be solved. His hair is dark, slightly too long, and there's a faint scar cutting through his left eyebrow. He's beautiful in the way sharp things are beautiful. Dangerous. "You've read the contract," he says, "not a question. Skimmed it. I prefer to hear things in plain English before I sign my life away." Something flickers in his expression. Amusement, maybe, though it's gone too quickly to be sure. Pragmatic, good. He crosses to his desk, moving with the kind of controlled grace that suggests he's aware of every inch of space he occupies. "I need you to pose as Dominic's girlfriend for 6 months. I blink. "I'm sorry, what?" "Dominic Torres, the man who brought you up here. You'll attend events with him, behave as a couple in public, and maintain the illusion of a relationship." "Why?" "Because I have an ex-girlfriend who refuses to accept that we're over. She's escalated from phone calls to showing up at my home, my office, my private events. She's unstable, well-connected, and has a history of targeting women she perceives as threats. And you think giving her a target, Dominic's girlfriend, will somehow make her back off? I think it will redirect her focus away from me long enough for my legal team to secure a restraining order that will actually be enforced." He says it so calmly, like he's discussing a business strategy rather than using me as bait. "Why me?" I ask. "Why not hire an actual actress? Someone who does this professionally?" "Because actresses talk. They have agents, publicists, social media presences. You, Miss Hartwell, are desperate enough to keep your mouth shut, skilled enough to play the part convincingly, and obscure enough that no one will dig too deeply into who you are." The honesty is brutal and accurate. What happens if your ex decides, "I'm the threat instead of Dominic"? That won't happen. Dominic is the type of man she'd expect me to see as competition. Charming, well-liked, close to me. You'd simply be collateral, irrelevant. Comforting. "You'll be protected. Dominic is the best at what he does, and I'll have additional security on you at all times. If anything goes wrong, you'll be extracted immediately." And at the end of 6 months, the contract terminates. "You receive your payment in full, plus a glowing reference from me that will open doors in any conservation house in the world. You'll be able to rebuild your career on your terms." He's thought of everything, which should reassure me. Instead, it makes me suspicious. "What's the catch?" I ask. "No catch, just rules." He ticks them off on his fingers. 1. You and Dominic will sell the relationship in public. Physical affection is expected. Hand-holding, occasional embraces, nothing beyond what a real couple would do. 2. You'll live here, in the penthouse. Separate quarters, but proximity is necessary for believability. 3. Absolute discretion. You sign an NDA as part of the contract. Any breach results in legal action and forfeiture of payment. And Rule 4. His eyes lock onto mine, and for the first time, I see something behind the cold calculation. Something that looks almost like warning. "You don't fall for him." "Excuse me?" "Dominic, you don't fall for him. This is a job, Miss Hartwell, not a romance novel. You play the part, you take the money, and you walk away, clean." "You're worried I'll catch feelings for your head of security?" "I'm worried you'll complicate an already complicated situation." There's an edge to his voice now. Something tight and controlled, like he's biting back words he doesn't want to say. I should ask what he means. But I don't. Because I need this. I need the money, the fresh start, the chance to prove that Sir Marcus Wellesley didn't destroy me. "When do I start?" I ask. Callum's expression doesn't change, but something in his posture relaxes. Just barely. "Tonight. There's a gala at the Museum of Modern Art. You and Dominic will attend together. Your wardrobe is being delivered to your room as we speak." "My room." "East Wing, Dominic will show you." He turns back to the window, dismissing me. "Welcome aboard, Miss Hartwell." I should leave, but something makes me pause at the door. "Why Dominic?" I ask. Why not just fake a relationship yourself? Cut out the middleman? For a long moment he doesn't answer. Then, so quietly I almost don't hear it. Because I can't. He doesn't elaborate. And I don't ask. 6:23 p.m. The penthouse, East Wing. My room is bigger than my entire London flat. King-sized bed. Walk-in closet already filled with dresses I didn't choose, but somehow fit perfectly. A bathroom with a soaking tub, and a shower that has more settings than my first car. It's a gilded cage, and I just locked myself inside. I'm staring at the city lights through the window when there's a knock at the door. "Come in." Dominic enters, holding 2 glasses of wine. He's changed into dark jeans and a fitted Henley, and he looks normal, approachable. The opposite of Callum. "Thought you might need this," he says, offering me a glass. I take it. "Thanks." "So," he leans against the doorframe, "Callum give you the full briefing?" "Fake girlfriend. 6 months. Don't fall in love with you." Dominic laughs, warm and genuine. "Yeah, that sounds like him. For what it's worth, I'm not going to make that last part difficult. I'm good at my job, Emma. That includes keeping things professional." "Emma," I repeat. "Not Miss Hartwell. We're going to be fake dating. Seems like we should at least be on a first-name basis." He has a point. "This is insane," I say. "Completely, but the pay's good, and Callum's not a bad guy to work for. Demanding as hell, but fair." "And his ex? Victoria?" Dominic's expression darkens. "A nightmare. Seriously unhinged. She put his last assistant in the hospital 3 years ago." My stomach drops. "What?" "Callum was briefly involved with a woman named Sarah. Nothing serious, but Victoria saw her as competition. Followed her home one night, confronted her in a parking garage. Sarah ended up with a concussion and broken ribs. And Callum didn't press charges? He tried. Victoria's family has connections, old money, political ties. She got a slap on the wrist and a therapist. Callum's been keeping his distance from everyone since, until now. So I'm bait." "Your protection," Dominic corrects, "for both of us. If Victoria thinks I'm off the market, she might finally let Callum go." I take a long drink of wine. This is insane. But I've already signed the contract. And I need the money too badly to back out now. "Okay," I say. "So what happens tonight?" Dominic grins. "Tonight, you and I make our debut as New York's hottest new couple. Try to keep up, Hartwell. I'm a fantastic fake boyfriend." Despite everything, I smile. This might be the worst decision I've ever made. But at least I won't be homeless. 7:45 p.m. I'm zipping up a midnight blue gown, silk, backless, obscenely expensive, when I hear voices in the hallway. Dominic's, warm and easy. And Callum's, low, controlled, angry. I crack open the door. "Not your job to approve my decisions," Callum is saying. "I'm not approving. I'm questioning. This is a bad idea, and you know it. It's the only idea that keeps her safe. Her or you?" Silence. Then, both. "Callum. It's done, Dominic. You'll do your job, she'll do hers, and in 6 months, this will be over." Footsteps retreat. I wait until the hallway is empty, then step out. Dominic is standing there, jaw tight, hands in his pockets. When he sees me, his expression smooths into a smile. "You look incredible," he says. "Thanks. You clean up pretty well yourself." He's in a tuxedo now, perfectly tailored, and he looks every inch the charming boyfriend. This is going to work. It has to. But as we walk to the elevator, I can't shake the feeling that I'm missing something. Some crucial piece of information that Callum didn't share. The doors open. And standing inside, waiting, is Callum himself. He's in a tuxedo as well, but where Dominic looks approachable, Callum looks like he's about to attend a funeral. His eyes find mine. And for just a second, just a heartbeat, Something flickers in them, something that looks like regret. Then it's gone. "You'll ride with me," he says. Separately arriving couples draw less attention. Dominic nods and steps aside. I don't have a choice. I step into the elevator. The doors close. And I realize, far too late, that I've just agreed to spend 6 months pretending to love one man while the other watches. The man who can't stop looking at me like I'm something he wants, and can't let himself have. Chapter 1. The Performance. Emma Hartwell. The elevator descends in silence. 60 floors of it. Callum stands on the opposite side, hands clasped behind his back, staring straight ahead like I'm not even here. The space between us feels deliberate, carefully measured, like everything else about him. I count the floors ticking downward on the digital display, trying to focus on anything except the way my heart is hammering against my ribs. 53. 52. 51. You'll need to sell it, Callum says suddenly. I glance at him. He's still not looking at me. Sell what? The relationship. With Dominic. His jaw tightens, just barely. Victoria will be watching. She's always watching. If she suspects this is manufactured, it won't work. I know how to play a part. This isn't a university production, Miss Hartwell. This is your safety, and his. The use of my last name stings more than it should. We were on a first-name basis less than an hour ago. Now I'm back to being Miss Hartwell, kept at arm's length by formality. I understand, I say quietly. Do you? He turns then, finally, and those pale gray eyes pin me in place. Because if you hesitate, if you pull away when Dominic touches you, if you look uncomfortable when he kisses you, she'll know. And when she knows, people get hurt. He's going to kiss me. If the situation calls for it, yes. That's what couples do, Miss Hartwell. They touch. They kiss. They look at each other like they're the only two people in the room. His voice drops lower, rougher. Can you do that? There's something underneath the question. Something that feels like a test. Yes, I say, meeting his gaze. I can do that. He holds my stare for 3 more floors, then turns back to the display. Good. The elevator reaches the garage. The doors open. A sleek black Mercedes is waiting, engine running. Dominic's already inside another car, the SUV from earlier, parked a few spaces away. Callum gestures toward the Mercedes. After you. I slide into the back seat. The leather is butter soft, and the interior smells like him, that bergamot cologne, mixed with something darker, cedarwood, maybe. He gets in beside me, not across from me, beside me, and suddenly, the spacious back seat feels suffocating. The driver pulls out without a word. There are rules for tonight, Callum says, still not looking at me. When we arrive, you'll exit with me. We'll enter together, but once we're inside, you'll find Dominic. Stay close to him. Let him guide the evening. And where will you be? Around, but not with you. Because Victoria will be watching. Because Victoria is always watching. The way he says it sends a chill down my spine. I turn to look at him properly. In the dim light of the passing street lamps, his face is all sharp angles and shadows. Why didn't you just get a restraining order, I ask. If she's this dangerous, why this elaborate charade? I tried, 3 times. Her family has judges in their pockets. Lawyers who make problems disappear. The last time I filed, her father called me personally to suggest I reconsider. He finally looks at me. Do you know what it's like, Miss Hartwell? To have all the money and power in the world and still be completely fucking helpless? The profanity catches me off guard. So does the raw anger in his voice. No, I admit, I don't. Then trust me when I say this is the only option that doesn't end with someone in a hospital, or worse. We drive in silence after that. 10 minutes later, we pull up to the Museum of Modern Art. The entrance is flooded with lights, cameras, people in evening wear spilling up the stone steps. Remember, Callum says as the car stops, you're here with Dominic, not me. I know. And Emma? The use of my first name makes me freeze. He's looking at me now, really looking, and there's something in his expression I can't read. Yes? Don't trust anyone. Not the other guests, not the staff. Definitely not Victoria if she approaches you. He pauses. And don't trust me. What? But the driver is already opening the door. Callum steps out first, buttoning his jacket with practiced ease. Then he offers me his hand. I take it. His palm is warm, calloused in a way that surprises me. These aren't the soft hands of a man who only sits behind a desk. He helps me out of the car, steadying me when my heel catches on the curb. For just a moment, his hand rests on my lower back. Cameras flash. Then he's gone, disappearing into the crowd with the kind of speed that suggests he's been avoiding photographers his entire life. I stand there, disoriented, until I hear a familiar voice. There you are. Dominic appears at my elbow, grinning like he's just found his favorite person in the world. He's good at this. The easy charm, the warm eyes, the way he slides his arm around my waist like it belongs there. Sorry I'm late, he says, loud enough for the people around us to hear. Traffic was murder. It's fine, I reply, trying to match his energy. You're here now. He leans in, pressing a kiss to my temple and whispers, Smile, we've got an audience. I do. And when we turn toward the museum entrance, I see her. Victoria Ashford. She's standing at the top of the steps, champagne flute in hand, wearing a dress that probably cost more than my entire education. Tall, blonde, beautiful in that sharp, maintained way that requires a team of professionals. And she's staring directly at me. Is that her? I murmur. That's her, Dominic confirms. Just keep walking, don't engage. We climb the steps together, his hand firm on my waist, and I feel her gaze tracking us the entire way. When we reach the top, she steps directly into our path. Dominic, she says, her voice honey-sweet with poison underneath. How lovely to see you. Victoria, his tone is polite but distant. You look well. And who is this? Her eyes rake over me, assessing, calculating. I don't believe we've met. Emma Hartwell, I say, extending my hand. I'm Dominic's girlfriend, he interrupts smoothly, ignoring my outstretched hand and pulling me closer. Emma, this is Victoria Ashford, an old friend of Callum's. How sweet, Victoria says, and the smile she gives me doesn't reach her eyes. Dominic, I didn't know you were seeing anyone. You're usually so private. Things change. Clearly, she takes a sip of champagne, still watching me. And how did you two meet? I'm always fascinated by love stories. I can feel Dominic tense beside me. This is a test. We should have prepared for this. At a gallery opening, I say, improvising. 3 months ago. I'm an art conservator, and Dominic was there on security detail for Callum. We started talking about a Rothko, and, well, I smile up at Dominic, trying to sell it. He smiles back, and for a second, it almost feels real. How romantic, Victoria says flatly. I'm sure Callum was thrilled to play matchmaker. He didn't, Dominic says. We kept it quiet for a while, didn't want to make things complicated. Of course, because Callum hates complications. Her gaze sharpens. Where is he, by the way? I haven't seen him yet. Inside, probably. You know how he is at these things. I do. She drains her champagne, sets the empty glass on a passing tray. Well, don't let me keep you. Enjoy your evening, you two. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of each other. It's a threat disguised as politeness. She sweeps past us, and I finally breathe. Jesus, I mutter. Yeah. Dominic guides me toward the entrance. She's going to be a problem. You think she bought it? I think she's suspicious. But that was always going to happen. We just need to be more convincing going forward. More convincing how? He stops just inside the museum's grand entrance, all marble and modern art and soaring ceilings, and turns to face me. Like this, he says. And then he kisses me. It's not a real kiss. I know that. He knows that. But it's convincing. His hand cups my jaw, gentle but firm, and his lips are warm against mine. It's brief, just long enough to sell the moment to anyone watching, and when he pulls back, he's smiling. "Sorry," he whispers, "had to make it look good." "It's fine," I manage, even though my heart is racing. Not because of the kiss itself, but because over Dominic's shoulder, across the crowded room, I can see Callum. He's standing near a sculpture, champagne glass in hand, deep in conversation with a silver-haired man in an expensive suit. He's not looking at us. But his knuckles are white around the glass. 9:47 p.m. The gala is exactly what I expected. Excessive, performative, full of people who have too much money and too little self-awareness. Dominic is a perfect fake boyfriend. Attentive, but not clingy. Affectionate, but not possessive. He introduces me to people whose names I immediately forget, laughs at my attempts at small talk, keeps my wine glass full. He's doing everything right. And I hate that it feels easy. "You're good at this," I tell him during a rare moment alone. We're standing on a balcony overlooking the sculpture garden, the sounds of the party muffled behind us. "Years of practice," he says with a shrug. "My job is making people comfortable. This isn't that different. Do you ever get tired of it, the performance?" He considers the question, staring out at the darkened garden. "Sometimes, but I'm good at compartmentalizing. This is work. When I clock out, I'm just Dom." "And what's Dom like?" "Boring. Watches too much football, drinks too much beer, falls asleep on the couch at 9 p.m. I laugh. Sounds terrible. "It is. You'd hate me." "I doubt that." The words slip out before I can stop them. Dominic looks at me, something soft in his expression. "Emma." "There you are." We both turn. Callum is standing in the doorway, backlit by the party inside. His face is unreadable. "I need to borrow Dominic," he says. "Security issue." "What kind of issue?" Dominic asks, immediately shifting into professional mode. "The kind we don't discuss at parties." Callum's eyes flick to me, just for a second. "Miss Hartwell, you're welcome to wait inside. This won't take long." "I'll come with you," I say. "That's not necessary. I'd rather not be alone, given the circumstances." It's a reasonable request. But Callum's jaw tightens like I've said something wrong. "Fine, stay close." He turns and walks back into the party without waiting to see if we follow. Dominic and I exchange a glance. "Is he always this charming?" I mutter. "Only when he's in a good mood." We follow Callum through the crowd, out a side exit, and down a service hallway that's blessedly quiet. He stops near a door marked "Staff Only" and turns to face us. "Victoria left 20 minutes ago," he says, "but she was asking questions. About you, Emma, about how long you and Dominic have been together, about where you work." "What did people tell her?" "Nothing useful, because there's nothing to find. Your cover story is solid, but she's not going to stop digging." "So what do we do?" I ask. "You commit, fully." He looks at Dominic. "Move her into your quarters, tonight." I blink. "Excuse me?" "If Victoria has someone watching the building, and she probably does, they'll report that you're sleeping separately. That's not how couples behave." "We've only been dating for 3 months, I argue. It's not unusual for people to take things slow. It is when you're supposedly in love." Callum's voice is flat, clinical. "You're not selling this hard enough. Either commit to the performance, or we end this now." Dominic starts. "I'm not negotiating, Dom. She moves into your quarters, or she's out." The ultimatum lands like a slap. I should argue. Should tell him to take his money and his manipulations and shove them. But I think about my bank account, my ruined reputation, the fact that I have nowhere else to go. "Fine," I say, "I'll move." Callum's expression doesn't change, but something in his eyes flickers. Satisfaction? Relief? I can't tell. "Good," Dominic will help you relocate when we get back. He turns to leave, then pauses. And Emma? What? Sell it better. Whatever you're doing with him right now, it's not enough. Then he's gone. Dominic and I stand in the empty hallway, the distant sounds of the party echoing around us. I'm sorry, he says quietly. I didn't think he'd push this hard, this fast. It's fine. It's just a room, right? We're both adults. Right, just a room. But the way he says it suggests he doesn't believe that any more than I do. 11:34 p.m. The penthouse. Dominic's quarters are on the west wing. The room is smaller than mine, still enormous by normal standards, but more lived in. There are books on the nightstand, running shoes by the door, photos on the dresser. One of them shows a younger Dominic in military fatigues, arm around another soldier. My team, he says, catching me looking, Afghanistan. Feels like a lifetime ago. You don't talk about it much. Not much to talk about. We did our jobs. Some of us came home. The weight in those words tells me everything I need to know. I don't push. I'll take the couch, he says, grabbing a pillow from the bed. Don't be ridiculous. This is your room. I'll take the couch. Emma. Dominic, you're already doing me a huge favor by putting up with this insanity. The least I can do is not steal your bed. He looks like he wants to argue, but then he just nods. Okay, but if you change your mind, let me know. I will. He disappears into the bathroom to change. I sink onto the couch, which is more comfortable than most beds I've slept in, and try to process the last 12 hours. This morning, I was sleeping in a hostel, eating ramen from a cup, wondering if I'd have to start selling my belongings just to survive. Now I'm living in a billionaire's penthouse, pretending to date his head of security, and being threatened by an ex-girlfriend who sounds genuinely dangerous. My life has become a thriller novel, and I have no idea how it ends. Dominic emerges wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt, looking more human than I've seen him all night. You okay? He asks. Honestly, I have no idea. He sits on the edge of the bed, elbows on his knees. For what it's worth, you did great tonight. The kiss, the conversation with Victoria, all of it. You're a natural. I'm a trained liar, you mean? Aren't we all? The honesty surprises me. Can I ask you something? I say. Sure. Why are you doing this? Really? You don't strike me as the type who needs money, and you clearly don't want a fake girlfriend. So why agree to Callum's plan? Dominic is quiet for a long moment. Because I owe him, he says finally. 5 years ago I fucked up. Bad. People got hurt because of a call I made. Callum could have fired me, could have buried me. Instead, he covered for me. Got the families of the people who were hurt settlements, kept my name out of the press. I wouldn't have a career if it weren't for him. So this is payback. This is loyalty. Callum doesn't ask for much, but when he does, I deliver. Even if it means pretending to date someone you barely know. Even then, he looks at me. Besides, you're not the worst person I could be fake dating. You're smart, funny, you don't take his shit. I respect that. High praise. I'm serious. Callum's used to people falling in line. You push back. He needs that. I don't know what to say to that. So I just nod. Get some sleep, Dominic says, standing. Tomorrow's another performance. He turns off the lights. And in the darkness, I lie awake on the couch, staring at the ceiling and wonder, if this is all just a performance, why does it already feel like I'm in too deep? 3:17 a.m. I wake to voices. Low, tense, coming from the hallway. I sit up, disoriented, and realize Dominic's bed is empty. The door is cracked open. I shouldn't eavesdrop, but I do. Not sustainable, Dominic is saying. You can't keep doing this to yourself. I'm not doing anything, Callum's voice, tight with suppressed emotion. I'm protecting her. Bullshit. You're torturing yourself. Watching her with me, pretending you don't care. I don't care. Liar. Silence. Then Callum, so quiet I almost don't hear it. It doesn't matter what I feel, Dom. She's safer this way. With you, not with me. You don't know that. Yes, I do. Footsteps retreat. I lie back down, heart pounding. And I realize, with a clarity that terrifies me, this was never about protecting Callum from Victoria. This was about protecting me from him. Chapter 2. The Cracks. Emma Hartwell. I don't tell Dominic I heard them. When he slips back into the room at 3:34 a.m., I'm watching the clock now, unable to sleep. I close my eyes and keep my breathing even. He stands in the doorway for a long moment, and I can feel him looking at me. Then the bed creaks as he climbs back in. I lie awake until sunrise, replaying Callum's words. She's safer this way, with you, not with me. What does that mean? Safer from Victoria? Or safer from Callum himself? By the time gray light starts filtering through the windows, I've constructed and deconstructed a dozen theories. None of them make sense. All of them leave me with more questions than answers. At 6:47 a.m., my phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. Unknown. Security briefing at 8 a.m. Callum's office. Don't be late. No signature, but I know who sent it. I shower quickly in Dominic's bathroom, trying not to think about how intimate this all is, how I'm using his soap, his towels, living in his space, like we actually are what we're pretending to be. When I emerge, wrapped in a robe I found on the back of the door, Dominic is awake. He's doing push-ups in the middle of the room, muscles shifting under his t-shirt with mechanical precision. He stops when he sees me. Morning, he says, not even slightly winded. Sleep okay? Fine. The lie comes easily now. Coffee's in the kitchen. I'm going to shower. Then we should probably head to the briefing. Briefing? Callum texted. Apparently we need to discuss next steps. He stands, wiping his face with a towel. Fair warning, he's going to be in a mood. Is he ever not? Dominic's mouth twitches. Touché. He disappears into the bathroom, and I hear the shower turn on. I find clothes in my overnight bag, jeans, a cream sweater, nothing fancy, and dress quickly. Then I make my way to the kitchen. The penthouse is silent at this hour. No staff, no movement, just the hum of expensive appliances and the distant sounds of the city waking up 40 floors below. I'm pouring coffee when I hear footsteps. I turn. Callum stands in the doorway, wearing running gear, black shorts, a fitted athletic shirt that's dark with sweat. His hair is damp, pushed back from his face, and there's a sheen on his skin that suggests he's just finished a brutal workout. He looks more human like this, less controlled. Miss Hartwell, he says, his voice rough, you're up early? Couldn't sleep. Neither could I. He crosses to the coffee maker, and suddenly the massive kitchen feels very small. He's close enough that I can smell him. Sweat and salt, and that cedar smoke scent that seems permanently embedded in his skin. He pours coffee into a mug that says World's Okayest Boss in faded letters. I almost smile. Dominic buy you that? I ask. Christmas gift. 3 years ago. He takes a sip, watching me over the rim. He thinks he's funny. He is funny. He's tolerable. But there's fondness in his voice, buried under the gruffness. We stand in silence for a moment. The tension from last night, from the gala, from his ultimatum in the hallway, hangs between us like smoke. I heard you, I say before I can stop myself. Last night, in the hallway, talking to Dominic. Callum goes very still. How much did you hear? Enough. His jaw tightens. He sets his mug down with careful precision. Then you know this arrangement is more complicated than Fitzpatrick led you to believe. What I know, I say, is that you told Dominic I'm safer with him than with you, and I'd like to know what that means. It means exactly what it sounds like. So you're dangerous? Yes. No hesitation, no attempt to soften it. Just brutal honesty. Dangerous how? I press. You're not going to hurt me physically, I know that much. So what is it? Emotionally? Psychologically? All of the above. He picks up his coffee again but doesn't drink. Just holds it, like he needs something to do with his hands. I destroy things, Miss Hartwell. People. Relationships. It's what I'm good at. That's not true. You've known me for less than 24 hours. You have no idea what's true about me. Then tell me. Why? So you can psychoanalyze me? Figure out what makes me tick? I'm not a restoration project, Emma. I'm not some damaged painting you can fix with the right technique. The use of my first name catches me off guard. Again, he does that. Switches between Miss Hartwell and Emma like he's testing the weight of each, trying to figure out which one keeps me at the right distance. I'm not trying to fix you, I say quietly. I'm trying to understand the situation I'm in. The situation is simple. You pretend to date Dominic. Victoria backs off. You get paid. Everyone walks away intact. Except you. His eyes snap to mine. What? You don't walk away intact, because you're putting yourself through hell watching this play out. I heard it in your voice last night, Callum. Whatever you're feeling. I don't feel anything. Liar. The word hangs in the air. For a moment, I think he's going to argue, or leave, or do what he always does, retreat behind that wall of ice he's built around himself. Instead, he laughs. It's not a pleasant sound. You want the truth, Emma? Fine, here it is. He sets his mug down and takes a step closer. I saw you 3 years ago at a gallery in Soho. You were giving a lecture on Renaissance restoration techniques. You wore a green dress. You made everyone in that room fall a little bit in love with you, including me. My breath catches. I didn't. You don't remember. Why would you? I was just another face in the crowd. But I remembered you. And when your name came across my desk 6 weeks ago, when I saw what that bastard Wellesley did to you, I wanted to destroy him. I wanted to use every resource I have to bury him so deep he'd never see sunlight again. Why didn't you? Because you didn't ask me to. Because I don't get to play hero in your story just because I want to. He's close now, close enough that I have to tilt my head back to meet his eyes. So instead, I did this. I brought you here, put you in a situation where I have to watch you with another man, because it's the only way I can protect you without getting too close. Callum, I'm not a good man, Emma. I'm selfish, controlling, and I break everything I touch. Ask anyone who's ever been close to me. They'll tell you the same thing. His voice drops to barely above a whisper. So yes, you're safer with Dominic. Because if I let myself have you, even for a second, I won't be able to let you go, and that will destroy us both. The confession hits like a physical blow. I should step back, put distance between us. But I can't move. That's not your choice to make, I say. Yes, it is. No, it's not. I'm not some fragile thing that needs protecting from you, Callum. I'm a grown woman who can make her own decisions about risk. And what if the risk is me? Then I'll take it. His eyes darken. You don't mean that. Don't tell me what I mean. We're standing so close now that I can feel the heat coming off his skin, can see the pulse jumping in his throat. He's barely holding on. And so am I. Emma, he says, and my name sounds like a warning, like a prayer. Yes? Go back to Dominic's room, now. Why? Because if you don't, I'm going to kiss you. And if I kiss you, this entire arrangement falls apart. My heart is hammering so hard I'm surprised he can't hear it. Maybe it should fall apart, I whisper. His hand comes up, fingers grazing my jaw. Just barely. Just enough to make my skin ignite. Maybe, he murmurs. But not today. Then he drops his hand and steps back, and the distance between us feels like a chasm. Briefing is in 30 minutes, he says, his voice once again flat, controlled. Don't be late. He walks out, and I stand there in the kitchen, shaking, wondering what the hell just happened. 8:03 a.m. Callum's office. By the time Dominic and I arrive, Callum has transformed back into the cold, calculating businessman. He's behind his desk, suit perfectly pressed, hair styled, every trace of vulnerability erased. There's another man in the room, late 50s, silver-haired, wearing an expensive suit and an expression that suggests he's seen everything and been impressed by none of it. "Emma, this is Richard Brennan," Callum says without preamble. "Head of my legal team. Richard, Emma Hartwell." Brennan extends a hand. I shake it. "Miss Hartwell, I've reviewed your contract. Everything appears to be in order." "That's reassuring," I say dryly. "Richard has some updates on Victoria," Callum continues. "Richard?" Brennan opens a folder, producing several photographs. They're surveillance photos. Of me. Leaving the hostel in Brooklyn, getting coffee, walking down the street. All taken in the past week. "Victoria hired a private investigator," Brennan says. "Standard procedure for her, unfortunately. She's done this with every woman Callum's been associated with for the past 5 years. Associated with, I repeat, you mean dated. I mean existed near," Callum corrects coldly, "assistants, business partners, the barista at the coffee shop I frequent. Victoria doesn't discriminate." Jesus. "The good news," Brennan continues, "is that the investigator found nothing we didn't anticipate. Your background is clean, your cover story is solid. The bad news is that Victoria isn't satisfied. She's convinced there's something between you and Callum." "Why? We barely interact." "Because she knows him," Dominic says quietly. "She knows how he operates, and the fact that he brought you into his orbit at all is suspicious." "So what do we do?" I ask. "You lean harder into the relationship with Dominic," Callum says. "More public appearances, more physical affection. Make it impossible for her to justify her suspicions." "Define more physical affection," I say. Dominic shifts uncomfortably beside me. "Whatever is necessary to sell the relationship," Callum replies. "Within reason." "And who decides what's reasonable?" "I do." The audacity is stunning. "So let me get this straight," I say, anger rising. "You want me to be more affectionate with Dominic, who I'm not actually dating, to convince your psychotic ex-girlfriend that there's nothing between you and me, which there isn't, according to you, so that she'll leave us all alone." "That's correct. And you don't see how insane that sounds." "I see exactly how insane it sounds. I also see that it's working. Victoria left the gala early last night. That's the first time in 2 years she hasn't stayed until the end when she knows I'm attending. Because she was upset seeing me with Dominic." "Exactly." I laugh. It sounds slightly hysterical even to my own ears. "This is fucked up." "Yes," Callum agrees. "It is. But it's also necessary." "There's another option," Brennan interjects carefully. "We could brief law enforcement, get a protective detail for all parties involved." "No," Callum's voice is flat. "Final. Victoria's family has half the NYPD in their pocket. Involving the police will only tip her off that we're taking her seriously." "She put someone in the hospital," I argue. "How is that not serious?" "It was serious. It was also 5 years ago, and she's had therapy, and according to her very expensive lawyers, she's rehabilitated. Judges don't grant restraining orders based on old incidents and current paranoia. So we're on our own. We're always on our own, Miss Hartwell. That's how the world works." The cynicism in his voice is stunning. "Are we done here?" Dominic asks, clearly uncomfortable. "Almost." Callum pulls out another folder. "There's a charity auction tomorrow night. Black tie. You'll both attend. Victoria will be there. She's on the host committee, which makes it the perfect opportunity to be seen together." "Another performance," I mutter. "Another opportunity to convince her you're not a threat. And if she's not convinced?" Callum's expression doesn't change. "Then we escalate." "Escalate how?" "Let me worry about that. It's a dismissal. I don't take it." "No. If I'm going to keep doing this, keep putting myself in front of a woman who sounds genuinely dangerous, I need to know what the backup plan is." "There is no backup plan," Callum says. "There's only this. You trust me to keep you safe, or you walk away now." "That's not fair." "I never promised fair, Emma. I promised money and protection. I'm delivering both." He's right. And I hate that he's right. Fine, I say. We'll go to the auction. We'll perform. But I want something in return. Callum's eyes narrow. What? Honesty. No more cryptic comments. No more half-truths. If there's something I need to know about Victoria, about this situation, you tell me. Directly. For a long moment, he just stares at me. Then, agreed. Good. I stand. Dominic stands with me. We'll be ready tomorrow night, I say. Just try not to orchestrate any more surprises. I'll do my best. We're almost at the door when Callum speaks again. Emma. I turn. He's still behind his desk, but something in his posture has shifted. Less armor, more exhaustion. Be careful tomorrow night, he says quietly. Victoria's at her most dangerous when she feels threatened, and right now you threaten everything she wants. I'll be fine. I have Dominic. I know. That's what worries me. Before I can ask what he means, he turns back to his computer. Dismissed. Again, 2:34 p.m. Dominic's room. I'm lying on the couch, staring at my phone when Dominic gets back from a security sweep of the building. All clear, he announces. No suspicious activity, no unfamiliar faces. Victoria's PI hasn't been spotted in 48 hours. Maybe she gave up. Or maybe she's regrouping. He sits on the edge of the bed, pulling off his boots. You okay? You've been quiet since the briefing. Just processing. Callum can be intense. That's one word for it. Dominic is quiet for a moment. Then, he's not usually like this, you know. The micromanaging, the paranoia, Victoria really got under his skin. You mean she traumatized him? Yeah, that too. He runs a hand through his hair. Look, I know this situation is bizarre. And I know Callum's not making it easier. But he's trying to protect you. In his deeply fucked up, emotionally constipated way. I know. Do you? I sit up, pulling my knees to my chest. He told me this morning about seeing me 3 years ago. About wanting to help, but not being able to get too close. Dominic's eyebrows rise. He told you that? Why? Is it a secret? No, it's just... Callum doesn't talk about his feelings, ever. The fact that he told you anything is significant. What happened to him, Dom? What made him like this? Dominic is silent for a long time. It's not my story to tell, he says finally, but I will say this. Callum's not wrong about himself. He does break things. People, relationships. Not intentionally. But he's so convinced he's going to screw up that he creates self-fulfilling prophecies. That's a coward's way out. Maybe, or maybe it's survival. Dominic meets my eyes. You ever been so afraid of losing something that you push it away before it can be taken from you? The question hits too close to home. I think about my father, the way he left when I was 12, choosing his addiction over his daughter. The way I've spent 16 years telling myself I didn't need anyone, that independence was strength. Yeah, I admit, I have. Then you understand Callum better than you think. Maybe I do. Or maybe I'm just making excuses for a man who won't let anyone close enough to hurt him. My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. Unknown. I know what you're doing, and it won't work. My blood runs cold. Dom? He's beside me instantly. What is it? I show him the text. His jaw tightens. Fuck. Is it her? Has to be. I'll trace the number, but it's probably another burner. He pulls out his own phone, already typing. I'm telling Callum. And security's being doubled. You don't go anywhere alone, not even inside the building. Dom, it's just a text. Just a text is how it starts, Emma. Then it's showing up at your work. Then it's following you home. Then it's... He stops himself. Then it's what happened to the woman 5 years ago. Yeah. I stare at the message. I know what you're doing. She doesn't, though, I say. Know what we're doing. This is working, right? She's convinced I'm with you, not Callum. Maybe. Or maybe she's smarter than we're giving her credit for. He forwards the text to Callum. 30 seconds later, my phone rings. It's him. Don't answer any calls or texts from numbers you don't recognize, Callum says without preamble, and give Dominic your phone. I'm having IT install tracking and security software. Callum. This isn't a negotiation, Emma. Victoria is escalating. That means we escalate our precautions. What about tomorrow night? The auction? Still happening. But you'll have 3 security personnel on you at all times. Discreet, but present. That's going to look suspicious. I don't care how it looks. I care that you're safe. There's something raw in his voice. Something that sounds like fear. Okay, I say quietly, whatever you think is best. I'll see you tomorrow night. Stay with Dominic until then. He hangs up. I hand my phone to Dominic, who's already pulling out a laptop. This is getting real, isn't it? I say. It was always real, Em. We just didn't want to admit how real. He's right. And as I watch him work, installing God knows what security measures on my phone, I realize I'm not just playing a part anymore. I'm genuinely in danger. And the man who's supposed to be protecting me from his ex-girlfriend is the same man I can't stop thinking about, even though I'm supposed to be falling for someone else. Chapter 3. The Auction. Emma Hartwell. The dress arrives at noon. Not delivered by a courier, not left outside the door. Hand-carried by a woman in her 60s who introduces herself as Margot and speaks with the kind of French accent that suggests she's never set foot outside of Paris until absolutely necessary. Monsieur Hale has requested I attend to you personally, she says, sweeping into Dominic's room with an entourage of assistants carrying garment bags and makeup cases. We have 4 hours. It will be sufficient. 4 hours to get dressed? I ask. Margot gives me a look that suggests I've just revealed myself as a barbarian. 4 hours to transform you into the kind of woman who makes other women question their life choices. There is a difference. Despite everything, I smile. Dominic, who's been watching this invasion from his position on the bed, stands. I'll give you some privacy. None, Margot says sharply. You stay. I need to see how you look together. Chemistry cannot be styled, but it can be enhanced. Dominic and I exchange a glance. She knows, I ask. Margot knows everything, Dominic says with a resigned sigh. She's been styling Callum for 10 years. She's more vault than human. I prefer discreet professional. Margot corrects. Now, Miss Hartwell, strip. I'm sorry, what? Your clothes. Remove them. I cannot assess your figure through denim and cotton. This is happening. I'm really doing this. I glance at Dominic, who's already turned his back, studying his phone with intense focus. Privacy, I say pointedly. Oh, for God's sake, Margot mutters. Men! Out! All of you! She shoos Dominic and her assistants into the hallway, then closes the door. Just us now. Better? She asks. Much. I strip down to my underwear. Plain black cotton that definitely doesn't meet Margot's standards, based on the slight wrinkling of her nose. This will not do, she announces. Lisette! One of her assistants returns with a box from La Perla. Monsieur Hale insists on perfection, Margot says, handing me silk and lace that probably costs more than my monthly rent used to. Even the things that are not seen must be exquisite. I want to argue, but the lingerie is beautiful, and I'm too tired to fight every battle. 20 minutes later, I'm standing in front of a full-length mirror wearing a gown that makes me forget how to breathe. It's deep emerald green, the color of forests at midnight, with a neckline that plunges just enough to be daring without being obvious. The fabric clings to my curves like it was poured onto my body, and the back. There is no back. Just bare skin from my shoulders to the base of my spine, where the fabric finally resumes in a waterfall of silk. I can't wear this, I say. You can. You will. Margot circles me, assessing. Dominic! He opens the door, still focused on his phone. Yeah? Then he looks up and freezes. For 3 full seconds, he just stares. Fuck, he breathes. Language, Margot chides. But yes, exactly. This is the reaction we want. I look ridiculous, I argue. You look devastating, Dominic corrects, finally finding his voice. Emma, that dress. He doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't have to. The look on his face says everything. Callum will have a stroke when he sees you, he adds. Callum isn't supposed to notice me, I remind him. I'm your girlfriend, remember? Right. My girlfriend. He runs a hand through his hair. Who looks like that? Margot smiles. Small, satisfied, knowing. Now we do hair and makeup. Sit. 6:47 p.m. Black SUV, en route to the auction. Dominic is in a tuxedo. I've seen him dressed up before, at the MoMA Gala, but this is different. The tux is midnight blue instead of black, perfectly tailored, and he's wearing it with the kind of ease that suggests he's equally comfortable in formal wear and tactical gear. He looks good. Really good. And I hate that I'm noticing. Not because I'm attracted to him, though objectively he's attractive, but because I'm supposed to be noticing. I'm supposed to be playing the girlfriend who can't take her eyes off him. The problem is, I keep thinking about someone else. About gray eyes and barely controlled fury. About a man who told me he'd destroy us both if he let himself have me. You're quiet, Dominic observes. We're in the back of the SUV, just us. The privacy partition is up, and the driver, one of Dominic's team, is focused on the road. Just nervous, I say. About Victoria? About all of it. The performance, the scrutiny, the fact that your boss is convinced I'm going to get hurt. Callum worries. It's what he does. He does more than worry, Dom. He obsesses, micromanages, controls. Yeah, he does. Dominic is quiet for a moment. Can I tell you something? Of course. The woman Victoria put in the hospital? Sarah? What about her? Callum was in love with her. The words hit like a punch. What? Not the way he loves. Dominic stops himself. Not the way he cared about other people. Sarah was different. She worked for him as a junior analyst. Smart, ambitious, kind. They kept it quiet for months. And then Victoria found out. How? Someone at the company leaked it. Victoria showed up at Sarah's apartment, confronted her in the parking garage, told her she was stealing what belonged to Victoria. When Sarah tried to leave, Victoria shoved her. Sarah fell, hit her head on a concrete pillar. I feel sick. Callum blamed himself. Dominic continues. Said he should have known Victoria would escalate. Should have protected Sarah better. He paid for all her medical bills, set up a trust fund, made sure she'd never have to work again if she didn't want to. Where is she now? London, last I heard. Married, happy, away from all this. And Callum never contacted her again. He thought staying away was the safest thing he could do for her. I stare out the window at the city sliding past. Suddenly, Callum's behavior makes terrible sense. He's not just protecting me from Victoria. He's protecting me from the collateral damage of being connected to him. That's why he set this up, I say quietly. The fake relationship with you. He couldn't risk Victoria targeting me the way she targeted Sarah. Bingo. But if he cares about me, if he feels anything at all, isn't this just delaying the inevitable? Eventually she'll figure it out. Maybe. Or maybe Callum's hoping that by the time she does, his lawyers will have found a way to neutralize her permanently. Dominic glances at me. He's not going to let what happened to Sarah happen to you, Emma, even if it means watching you with me, even if it destroys him. That's not romantic, Dom. That's tragic. Welcome to Callum's world, where self-sacrifice masquerades as protection and nobody ends up happy. The SUV pulls up to the auction venue, a historic mansion on the Upper East Side that's been converted into an event space. Cameras flash. A red carpet stretches from the curb to the entrance. This is it. Another performance. Dominic gets out first, then offers me his hand. I take it. And we step into the lights. 7:23 p.m. Inside the mansion. The auction is everything I expected. Excessive, ostentatious, full of people wearing their net worth on their bodies. Chandeliers drip crystal. Champagne flows like water. Art worth millions hangs on the walls. And people bid on experiences with the same casual indifference they'd show buying groceries. Dominic keeps me close. His hand rests on my lower back. Possessive, protective. When people approach, he introduces me with easy charm. This is Emma, my girlfriend. The words still sound foreign, but I'm getting better at smiling through them. We're examining a painting, a Monet, breathtaking, and probably worth more than a small country when I feel it. Eyes on me. I turn. Victoria is across the room, champagne flute in hand, wearing a dress that's probably illegal in several states. She's not looking at me directly, but I can feel her attention like a physical weight. She's watching, I murmur to Dominic. I know. Just keep doing what we're doing. Which is what, exactly? Looking like we're in love. He turns me toward him, both hands on my waist now, and smiles down at me with an affection that looks genuine. It probably is genuine. Dominic's not a good enough actor to fake the warmth in his eyes. You're really good at this, I say quietly. So are you. I'm terrified. Me too, but we're doing it anyway. He leans down, pressing a kiss to my forehead. That's bravery, Em. Over his shoulder, I see Victoria moving through the crowd. Toward us. Incoming, I warn. Dominic doesn't turn. Just keeps holding me, keeps smiling. Evening, Victoria, he says when she's close enough. Dominic, Emma. Her voice is saccharine. What a beautiful couple you make. Thank you, I say, forcing a smile. That dress is stunning. Valentino? I'm not sure. It was a gift. From Dominic, I assume? From a stylist, actually. I'm hopeless with fashion. It's the right answer. Self-deprecating, unthreatening. But Victoria's eyes narrow anyway. How thoughtful of Callum to provide you with a stylist. He's always been generous with his employees. The word employees is deliberate. A reminder that I'm hired help. I'm not an employee, I say evenly. I'm a guest. Of course, my mistake. She takes a sip of champagne, studying me over the rim. And how long have you and Dominic been together? I don't think you mentioned at the gala. 3 months, Dominic says smoothly, give or take. Such a whirlwind. You must be very special, Emma, to have captured Dominic's attention. He's usually so, focused on work. Emma makes it easy, Dominic says, pulling me closer. When you find the right person, you make time. How romantic. Victoria's smile doesn't waver. And Callum approves, I assume? Why wouldn't he? I ask. Oh, no reason. It's just that Callum can be particular about who his people associate with. Protective, even. I'm sure he vetted you thoroughly before allowing this relationship to continue. She's fishing, trying to get me to admit there's something between Callum and me. Callum's my boss, Dominic says, his voice cooling. Not my keeper. He doesn't get a vote in my personal life. Doesn't he? Victoria tilts her head. How fascinating. I always thought Callum controlled everything in his orbit. Nice to know he's learning to let go. She drains her champagne, sets the empty glass on a passing tray. Well, don't let me keep you. I'm sure you have bids to place, hands to hold, all those nauseating couple things. She starts to walk away, then pauses. Oh, and Emma? Yes? That dress really is stunning. Green suits you, though I wonder. Her eyes glitter. Does Callum think so too? Then she's gone, swallowed by the crowd. I exhale shakily. She knows, I whisper. She suspects. Dominic corrects. There's a difference. Not much of one. Come on. Let's get some air. He guides me toward a balcony, away from the crowd. We step outside into the cool night air, and I finally let myself breathe. That was a test, I say. Yeah, and we passed. Did we? because it felt like she saw right through us. Victoria always feels like that. It's part of her strategy. Make you doubt yourself, question everything. Dominic leans against the railing. But we're holding up. You're doing great. I don't feel great. I feel like I'm one wrong word away from disaster. Welcome to my entire career in security. Despite everything, I laugh. How do you do this? I ask. Stay calm when everything's falling apart? Practice. And therapy. Lots of therapy. Does Callum go to therapy? Callum thinks therapy is for people who haven't properly weaponized their trauma yet. That's bleak. That's Callum. We stand in silence for a moment, watching the city lights below. Then Dominic says, "Can I ask you something?" "Sure." "Are you falling for him?" The question catches me off guard. What? No, I barely know him. That's not what I asked. I want to lie. Should lie. But Dominic's been nothing but honest with me, and he deserves the same. I don't know, I admit. Maybe. Is that insane? No. It's human. He's quiet for a beat. For what it's worth, I think he's falling for you too. Has been since he saw you 3 years ago. This whole arrangement. It's not about protecting you from Victoria. It's about protecting you from him. That's what I'm afraid of. Why? Because eventually this fake relationship with you ends. And when it does, if Callum still thinks he's too dangerous to be with me, then what? I just walk away with my money and pretend none of this happened? Would that be so bad? A clean break, a fresh start? It would if I've already fallen. The confession hangs in the air. Dominic doesn't say anything. He doesn't have to. We both know I'm in too deep. The balcony door opens. A staff member appears. "Mr. Torres? Mr. Hale is asking for you. Security matter." Dominic's expression shifts instantly. Professional. Alert. "Where is he?" "East wing, second floor study." "Emma, stay here. Don't go back inside without me." "Dom. Please, just stay here. I'll be 5 minutes." He disappears inside. And I'm alone. I should listen to him. Should stay put. But the curiosity is killing me. What security matter requires Dominic, but not me? I wait 30 seconds. Then I follow. 7:56 p.m. East wing, second floor. The study is at the end of a long hallway, door slightly ajar. I can hear voices inside. Dominic's and Callum's. "Not sustainable," Dominic is saying. "You saw the way Victoria looked at Emma. She's not buying this." She doesn't have to buy it. She just has to doubt herself long enough for the lawyers to build a case. And if they can't, what then? Then I pull Emma out, send her somewhere safe. London, maybe. Somewhere Victoria can't reach her. My stomach drops. He's planning to send me away. You can't just ship her off like cargo, Callum. She's a person. With opinions. Agency. I'm aware. I'm also aware that she's in danger because of me. If removing her from the situation is what keeps her safe, that's what I'll do. Even if she doesn't want to go? Silence. Then, she doesn't get a choice, Dom. Not in this. I should leave. Should turn around and walk away before they realize I'm here. But my feet won't move. "You're doing it again," Dominic says quietly. "Pushing people away to protect them. It didn't work with Sarah. It won't work with Emma. Sarah ended up in the hospital. Because Victoria is violent and unhinged, not because you loved her. Love makes you vulnerable. Vulnerability gets people hurt. Or it makes you human, which you seem determined to avoid. I'm not having this conversation. Fine, but I'm going to say one more thing, and you're going to listen. Silence. Emma is falling for you, not me, you. And if you keep pretending you don't feel the same way, you're not protecting her, you're just being a coward. The sound of something slamming, a hand on a desk maybe. Don't call me a coward. Then stop acting like one. Tell her the truth, give her the choice, let her decide if you're worth the risk. She'll say yes. You don't know that. I do, because she's brave and reckless, and she sees things in me that don't exist. And when Victoria figures that out, when she realizes Emma means something to me, she'll destroy her, just like she destroyed Sarah. His voice cracks on the last word. And I realize he's not just afraid of losing me. He's terrified. Callum, Dominic starts. Get back to Emma. Make sure she's safe. That's all that matters. Footsteps approach the door. I turn and run. Back down the hallway, down the stairs, out to the balcony. I'm breathless when Dominic finds me 2 minutes later. Everything okay? I ask, trying to sound casual. He studies me for a long moment. Yeah, false alarm, just Callum being paranoid. Good, that's good. He doesn't believe me. But he doesn't push. Come on, he says, offering his arm. Let's go back inside. We have a performance to finish. I take his arm. And as we walk back into the glittering, dangerous world of the auction, I make a decision. I'm not leaving. I'm not running. And I'm done letting Callum make choices for me, even if it destroys us both. Chapter 4, The Unraveling. Callum Hale. I watch them from across the ballroom. Emma and Dominic, swaying on the dance floor to some saccharine string arrangement that's probably cost the host $50,000 for the evening. They look perfect together. He's smiling down at her. She's laughing at something he said, her hand resting on his shoulder, her body close enough to his that there's no question they're intimate. It's exactly what I wanted. Exactly what I orchestrated. And it's killing me. Glaring at your own employees, Callum? That's a new low, even for you. I don't turn. I know that voice. Richard Brennan appears at my elbow, scotch in hand, wearing the expression of a man who's seen too much and been surprised by none of it. I'm not glaring, I say. You're radiating hostility so intensely, I'm surprised the ice sculpture hasn't melted. If you're trying to be subtle, you're failing spectacularly. What do you want, Richard? To tell you you're an idiot. I finally look at him. Excuse me? You heard me. You're in love with that girl. Everyone in this room can see it. And you've trapped yourself in a situation where you have to watch her pretend to be with someone else. It's Shakespearean levels of stupid. I'm protecting her. You're torturing yourself, there's a difference. He takes a sip of his drink. And for the record, Victoria knows. My blood runs cold. Knows what? That Emma matters to you. She cornered me 20 minutes ago, asking questions. How long have I known Emma? What kind of work does she do? Whether you've ever mentioned her. He pauses. I gave her nothing, obviously. But she's not stupid, Callum. She sees the way you look at Emma when you think no one's watching. I don't look at her any particular way. You look at her like she's oxygen and you're drowning. It's not subtle. I drain my scotch, set the glass down harder than necessary. What did Victoria say? That she's concerned about Emma's influence on Dominic, that she's worried Emma might be using him to get close to you. Richard's expression is grim. She's building a narrative, Callum, and the longer you let this fake relationship play out, the more ammunition you're giving her. What would you have me do? End it? Send Emma away? I'd have you be honest. With Victoria, with Emma, with yourself. Honesty gets people hurt. So does cowardice. It's the second time tonight someone's called me a coward. I'm starting to think they're right. She's safer with Dominic, I say, and even to my own ears it sounds hollow. Is she? Because from where I'm standing, she's in exactly the same amount of danger, with the added complication of being emotionally involved with you while pretending to be with someone else. That's not safety, Callum. That's a pressure cooker waiting to explode. He's right. They're all right. But admitting that means admitting I've made a catastrophic mistake. Keep an eye on Victoria tonight, I say instead. If she approaches Emma again, I want to know immediately. Already done. I have 2 people on her, Richard sighs. But at some point, you're going to have to deal with this. The legal route, the honest route, something. Because this, He gestures at the ballroom, at Emma and Dominic still dancing. This isn't sustainable. I know. Do you? Before I can answer, there's a commotion near the entrance. Raised voices. A crash. Security personnel moving quickly toward the source. My phone vibrates. A text from Dominic. Dom. Victoria just threw a glass at a server. She's drunk. Escalating. Get Emma out. Now. I'm already moving. 8:34 p.m. I find them on the terrace. Emma is leaning against the railing, arms wrapped around herself despite the shawl draped over her shoulders. Dominic stands a few feet away, phone to his ear, coordinating with security. When Emma sees me, something flashes in her eyes. Recognition, frustration, accusation. She heard. She heard me in the study, talking to Dominic about sending her away. Fuck. We're leaving, I say without preamble. Victoria's causing a scene inside. It's not safe. I'm fine, Emma says, her voice cool. Dominic can take me home. Dominic needs to stay and coordinate with security. I'll take you. I said I'm fine. And I said we're leaving. This isn't a negotiation, Emma. Her eyes flash. Stop doing that. Doing what? Making decisions for me, about me, without me. She pushes off the railing, facing me fully. I'm not a chess piece, Callum. I'm a person, and I'm done being moved around your board without getting a say. This is about keeping you safe. No. This is about control. You want to control the situation, control Victoria, control me. And the second it doesn't go according to your plan, you decide to just... What? Ship me off to London like unwanted furniture? Dominic, still on the phone, takes several large steps away from us. Smart man. You were eavesdropping, I say flatly. You were planning my life without consulting me. I was protecting you. By taking away my choices? By deciding what's best for me without asking what I want. She steps closer, and I can see the anger vibrating through her. I spent my entire childhood watching my father make decisions for me. Choose his addiction over me, over our family, over everything. I swore I'd never give anyone that power again, and here you are doing the exact same thing. That's not fair, isn't it? You brought me here under false pretenses. You orchestrated a relationship between me and Dominic because you were too much of a coward to just be honest about what you wanted. And now that it's getting complicated, you want to erase the problem by erasing me. I'm trying to keep you alive, Emma. I didn't ask you to. The words ring out in the silence. Emma's chest is heaving, eyes bright with unshed tears. And I realize, with sudden clarity, that she's right. About all of it. You're right, I say quietly. She blinks. What? You're right. I've been treating you like a problem to solve instead of a person with agency. I've been controlling, manipulative, and cowardly. You deserve better. Callum. But I'm still taking you home, because drunk Victoria is dangerous Victoria, and I won't risk you becoming another Sarah. I hold up a hand when she starts to protest. After that, you can decide. Stay, go, tell me to fuck off permanently. Whatever you want. But tonight, you're leaving with me. For a long moment, she just stares at me. Then, fine. But we're having a conversation. A real one. No more deflecting, no more cryptic warnings. You owe me that much. I owe you more than that. Then start paying up. 9:12 p.m. Black Mercedes. The drive back to the penthouse is silent. Emma sits as far from me as possible, staring out the window, the lights of the city painting her face in gold and shadow. She's still wearing that fucking dress. The green one that makes my chest tight every time I look at her. The one I chose, knowing it would devastate me. Because I'm a masochist, apparently. How much did you hear? I ask finally. In the study. Enough. Emma, you said we'd have a conversation. Save it for when we're not in a moving vehicle. Fair enough. We ride the rest of the way in silence. 9:47 p.m. The penthouse. Emma kicks off her heels the second we're through the door. She's several inches shorter without them, and something about seeing her barefoot in that evening gown makes her seem simultaneously more vulnerable and more dangerous. "Drink," I offer. "Water." I pour her a glass, pour myself 3 fingers of scotch. We stand in the kitchen, the same place where I almost kissed her 2 days ago, and the tension is thick enough to cut. "Talk," Emma says. So I do. I tell her everything. About Sarah, about the hospital, about the guilt that's eaten me alive for 5 years, about seeing Emma 3 years ago at that gallery and feeling something I thought I'd killed, about bringing her here because I couldn't stand the idea of her struggling alone but being too afraid to get close, about watching her with Dominic and wanting to set the world on fire. I tell her all of it. And when I'm done, she's quiet for a long time. "You're an idiot," she says finally. I almost smile. I'm aware. "No, I mean you're genuinely stupid. You created this entire elaborate scheme to protect me from Victoria, when the real danger was always you protecting me from yourself." "Emma, I'm not finished." She sets her water glass down with enough force that I'm surprised it doesn't shatter. "You want to know what I think, Callum? I think you're so convinced you're going to hurt people that you do it preemptively. You push them away, you make their choices for them, you control every variable so you never have to risk actually feeling something. I feel plenty." "Bullshit. You perform feelings. You go through the motions, but you don't let yourself actually be vulnerable with anyone, because that would mean admitting you're not in control." The assessment is brutal and accurate. "What happened to Sarah wasn't your fault," she continues. "Victoria is a violent, unstable person who hurt someone you cared about. That's on her, not you. But instead of dealing with that, instead of prosecuting her, getting actual help, moving on, you turned it into a reason to isolate yourself, to prove you were right all along that love is dangerous. Love is dangerous. So is crossing the street. We do it anyway. That's different." "How?" "Because if I lose you, if something happens to you because of me, I won't survive it." The confession comes out raw. Emma's expression softens. "Callum," she says quietly, "you don't get to decide that for me. You don't get to decide whether I'm worth the risk to you or whether you're worth the risk to me. That's my choice. And what do you choose?" She crosses the kitchen, stands in front of me, so close I can smell her perfume, jasmine, and something darker, earthier. "I choose honesty," she says. "I choose you telling me the truth, even when it's ugly. I choose making my own decisions about what risks I'm willing to take." She pauses. "And I choose you, Callum, not Dominic, not some fantasy of safety. You." My heart stops. "Emma, but if you choose this, choose me, you don't get to run. You don't get to push me away the second things get hard. You don't get to make decisions about my safety without consulting me first. We're partners or we're nothing. Victoria will come after you. Then we deal with Victoria, together." She put Sarah in the hospital. I'm not Sarah, and I'm not going anywhere. I should argue. Should list all the reasons this is a terrible idea. But I'm so fucking tired of fighting. Tired of pretending I don't want this. Want her. "Okay," I say. "Okay? Okay, we do this. Together. No more secrets, no more controlling bullshit. You make your own choices and I respect them. Even if my choice is dangerous. Especially then." She smiles. Small, genuine, devastating. "Good. Now kiss me before I lose my nerve." I don't need to be told, twice. I close the distance between us and kiss her the way I've wanted to since the first moment I saw her 3 years ago. Not gentle, not tentative, consuming. She gasps against my mouth, her hands coming up to tangle in my hair, pulling me closer. I lift her onto the counter, stepping between her legs, and she wraps them around my waist. The dress rides up. I can feel the heat of her through the thin silk. It's too much. Not enough. Callum, she breathes. My name in her mouth sounds like absolution, like forgiveness I don't deserve. I pull back, just enough to look at her. Her lips are swollen, her eyes dark, her chest heaving. She's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. We should stop, I say. Why? Because if we don't, I'm going to take you to my bed and fuck you until you forget every other man you've ever known. And I need you to be sure that's what you want. Her eyes flash. I'm sure. Emma. Callum, I'm sure. I've been sure since you told me I was worth staying for. Now stop talking and take me to bed. I don't argue. I lift her off the counter, her legs still wrapped around me, and carry her down the hallway. To my room. To my bed. Where I spend the next 3 hours proving to both of us that some risks are worth taking. 2:34 a.m. Emma is asleep beside me, her dark hair spread across my pillow, one hand resting on my chest. I should sleep. Should let myself have this moment of peace. But my phone is vibrating on the nightstand. A call from an unknown number. I answer it without moving, trying not to wake Emma. Hail. Hello, Callum. Victoria. Her voice is slurred. She's still drunk. What do you want, Victoria? I want you to know that I know. About Emma. About what she means to you. My blood runs cold. You're drunk. Go home. Sleep it off. I saw the way you looked at her tonight, the way you wanted to kill Dominic every time he touched her. She laughs, sharp and bitter. You think I'm stupid, but I'm not. I know when I'm being played. You're not being played. Dominic and Emma are together. I have nothing to do with it. Liar. You have everything to do with it. You brought her here. You set this up. You're using Dominic as a shield because you're too much of a coward to claim her yourself. She's drunker than I thought. And angrier. Victoria, this conversation is over. Don't contact me again. Or what? You'll call the police? We both know they won't do anything. They never do. Her voice drops, venomous. But I will. I'm going to make you watch her suffer, Callum, the way you made me suffer. And when she's broken and bleeding and begging you to save her, I'm going to remind you that this is your fault, just like it was with Sarah. The line goes dead. I sit up carefully, trying not to disturb Emma. But she's already awake. Who was that? She asks, voice thick with sleep. Victoria. Emma sits up, clutching the sheet to her chest. What did she say? I could lie. Should lie. But I promised her honesty. She knows. About us. About what you mean to me. Emma's face pales. How? She saw me tonight, the way I looked at you, and she's smart enough to put the pieces together. So what do we do? I don't know. For the first time in 15 years, I genuinely don't know. Emma reaches for my hand, threading her fingers through mine. We'll figure it out, she says, together. I want to believe her. But Victoria's words are ringing in my ears. I'm going to make you watch her suffer. And I know with cold certainty that this is only the beginning. Chapter 5. The Fallout. Emma Hartwell. I wake up to an empty bed. Again. But this time is different. This time there's a note on the pillow beside me, written in Callum's precise handwriting. Had to handle something. Stay inside. Dominic is outside your door. Don't argue. See? I crumple the note in my fist. So much for honesty and partnership. I'm pulling on one of Callum's shirts. It falls to mid-thigh and smells like him, cedar and smoke, when there's a knock at the door. Emma? You decent? Dominic's voice. Come in. He opens the door, looking exhausted. He's in tactical gear, black cargo pants, fitted shirt, shoulder holster visible. This isn't social Dominic or fake boyfriend Dominic. This is the head of security, who's seen combat and knows how to handle threats. How much did Callum tell you, he asks. That Victoria called. That she knows. That's it. I cross my arms. Where is he? Meeting with Richard and his legal team. They're trying to figure out if Victoria's threat last night constitutes grounds for an emergency restraining order. Does it? Probably not. She didn't make a specific threat of violence, just vague implications. And she was drunk. Her lawyers will argue it was meaningless. But you don't think it was meaningless? No, I think Victoria meant every word. He runs a hand through his hair. I've increased security. There are now 6 people on rotation watching the building, 2 dedicated to you specifically. You don't go anywhere without me or another member of my team. No exceptions. Callum ordered this. Callum requested it. I agreed because it's the right call. I want to argue. Want to tell them both that I'm not a prisoner, that I can take care of myself. But Victoria's words, filtered through Callum's retelling in the dark hours of the morning, are still echoing in my head. I'm going to make you watch her suffer. Fine, I say, but I want to see Callum now. He said you'd say that. He also said no. Dominic. Emma, he's trying to keep you safe. The fewer people who see you two together right now, the better. If Victoria has someone watching the building, then she already knows I spent the night in his bed instead of yours. Dominic's expression shifts. Surprise, then understanding, then something that looks almost like relief. So you finally did it, he says. Did what? Stopped pretending. Both of you. I sink onto the edge of the bed. We slept together, and then Victoria called and threatened me. So yes, great timing all around. For what it's worth, I'm glad. I look up at him. You are? Yeah. Watching you two dance around each other was exhausting. And now that it's out in the open, we can actually deal with the real problem instead of pretending Victoria's going to buy the fake relationship forever. The real problem being that she's violent and obsessed and has enough money to make legal consequences disappear. Exactly. So what's the plan? Dominic is quiet for a moment. Callum's working on it, but Emma, you need to prepare yourself for the possibility that he's going to ask you to leave. I'm not leaving. I know, but he's going to ask anyway. Because in his mind, removing you from the situation is the only way to guarantee your safety. And what do you think? I think Callum's right that you're in danger. But I also think sending you away just delays the inevitable. Victoria won't stop until she gets what she wants. Which is Callum, broken and alone. He pauses. The only way to actually end this is to end Victoria. Legally, permanently, whatever it takes. How? That's what Callum's figuring out. 11:47 a.m. I spend the morning in Callum's room, pacing like a caged animal. Dominic brings me coffee and breakfast that I don't eat. My phone buzzes every 20 minutes with texts from Callum. Callum, stay inside. Callum, don't open the door for anyone except Dominic or his team. Callum, I mean it, Emma, no heroics. I don't respond. If he wants to talk to me, he can do it in person. At 12:15, there's a knock at the door. It's me, Dominic calls. Come in. He enters, carrying a tablet. His expression is grim. What happened? I ask. Victoria's lawyer sent this over an hour ago. Callum wanted me to show you. He hands me the tablet. It's a legal document, dense with jargon I don't understand. But the header is clear enough. Cease and desist. To Callum Hale, Emma Hartwell, Dominic Torres. From Ashford Legal Counsel. Defamation, harassment, and emotional distress. I skim the contents, my stomach sinking with every paragraph. Victoria is threatening to sue. She claims that Callum has orchestrated a malicious campaign to isolate her socially by spreading false rumors about her mental health and violent tendencies. That Dominic and I are complicit in this campaign by publicly flaunting our fabricated relationship to humiliate her. That Callum's obsessive need for control has caused her severe emotional distress, and she's seeking damages in excess of $50 million. This is insane, I breathe. It's strategic, Dominic corrects. She's flipping the script, making herself the victim, making Callum the villain. If this goes to court, she'll drag his name through the mud. Every business deal, every relationship, every private moment will be fair game. But it's all lies. Doesn't matter. The lawsuit itself is the weapon. The publicity, the discovery process, the media circus. She knows Callum will do anything to avoid that. So what does she want? For him to just, apologize? Get back together with her? She wants him to suffer. To be as miserable and isolated as she's convinced herself she is because of him. I hand the tablet back. We can't let her win. We're not going to. Callum's already filed a countersuit. Harassment, stalking, the works. But Emma, Dominic hesitates. There's something else. What? Victoria included you in the suit. Specifically. She's claiming you're not actually an art conservator, that you've fabricated your credentials, that you're a con artist who seduced Dominic as part of Callum's scheme. The words hit like a physical blow. She's trying to destroy my career. She's trying to destroy everything. Your reputation, your future, any chance you have of rebuilding after what happened in London. I feel sick. This is exactly what happened with Sir Marcus. A powerful person deciding I'm a problem and weaponizing their resources to eliminate me. I need to see Callum, I say. Emma. Now, Dom. Either you take me to him, or I walk out that door and find him myself. Dominic studies me for a long moment. Then he nods. Okay, but you're wearing a bulletproof vest, and you stay within arm's reach of me at all times. You think she'd actually shoot me? I think desperate people do desperate things, and Victoria just declared war. 1:23 p.m. Cross Enterprises, executive floor. The office is controlled chaos. Richard Brennan is barking orders into his phone. 3 other lawyers are hunched over laptops, pulling up case files and precedents. And Callum is standing at the window, hands clasped behind his back, staring out at the city like he's trying to calculate how to buy it and burn it down simultaneously. He turns when I enter. Relief flashes across his face, followed immediately by anger. I told you to stay at the penthouse. And I told you we're partners. Partners don't make decisions in isolation. Emma, this isn't the time. There's never going to be a right time, Callum. Victoria just included me in a lawsuit designed to destroy my life. I think that earns me a seat at the table. For a moment, I think he's going to argue. Then he nods. Richard, give us the room. The lawyers exchange glances, but file out without protest. Dominic follows, closing the door behind him. Suddenly, it's just us. Callum and me. And the weight of everything between us. I'm sorry, he says quietly. For what? For this. All of it. For bringing you into my life and making you a target. Stop apologizing for things that aren't your fault. Victoria is responsible for Victoria's actions, not you. If I hadn't brought you here, then I'd be sleeping in a hostel in Brooklyn, eating ramen and wondering if I'd ever work again. You gave me a chance, Callum. A way out. The fact that it came with complications doesn't make it your fault. He closes the distance between us, his hands coming up to cut my face. I'm terrified, he admits, of losing you, of her hurting you, of this entire situation spiraling out of control. So am I, but we deal with it together, like you promised. What if I can't protect you? Then we find another way. But you don't get to push me away just because you're scared. He leans down, pressing his forehead to mine. I love you, he says. I should have said it last night, but I was too much of a coward, so I'm saying it now. I love you, Emma, and I will do whatever it takes to keep you safe. My heart clenches. I love you too, which is why I need you to trust me. To let me be part of the solution instead of something you have to protect. I don't know how to do that. Learn. Because I'm not going anywhere. He kisses me then, soft, reverent, like I'm something precious he's afraid to break. When we pull apart, his eyes are bright. Okay, he says. Together. Together. There's a sharp knock at the door. Dominic enters without waiting for permission, his face pale. We have a problem. Callum's entire body goes rigid. What kind of problem? Victoria just posted bail for Marcus Wellesley. The room tilts. What? I manage. Sir Marcus. The guy from London. He was arrested 2 days ago on unrelated fraud charges. Victoria paid his bail. £500,000, wired directly from one of her accounts. I can't breathe. Why would she do that? Dominic's expression is grim, because she knows he has a grudge against you, and she's weaponizing it. Callum's hands are fists at his sides. Where is he now? London, as far as we know. But Emma, Dominic looks at me. He's given an interview. To the Daily Mail. It's going live in 3 hours. What kind of interview? I ask, though I already know. The kind where he claims you seduced him, threatened him when he rejected you, and fabricated evidence to clear your name. He's painting you as a manipulative predator who's now done the same thing to Callum and me. The room spins. This is my nightmare. The same accusations that destroyed my career in London, now amplified and spread across international media. She's building a narrative, Richard says, having re-entered the room, positioning you as the villain in all of this. By the time this hits the press, public opinion will be firmly against you. Can we stop it? Callum demands. Not legally. He has the right to speak to the press, and Victoria's lawyers will claim it's protected speech. Then we destroy him another way. Callum, I start. No, I'm done playing by rules that only apply to us. Victoria wants to weaponize your past, fine, we weaponize hers. Richard, I want every piece of dirt you can find on Victoria Ashford. Every relationship, every business deal, every moment of instability. I want ammunition, and I want it by tonight. That's going to be expensive, and ethically complicated. I don't care. Do it. Richard nods and leaves. Dominic follows, and I'm alone with Callum again. He's shaking with barely controlled rage. I'm going to ruin her, he says quietly. For this, for going after you, I'm going to take everything she has and burn it to ash. Callum. She thinks money and lawyers make her untouchable. She's wrong. I have more money, better lawyers, and I will not stop until she understands what it means to threaten you. The venom in his voice should scare me. Instead, it makes me feel seen, protected, loved. What do you need me to do? I ask. He looks at me, surprised. Nothing. You stay safe. Let me handle this. No, we're partners, remember? So tell me, what's the plan? For a long moment, he just stares at me. Then, slowly, a smile spreads across his face. It's not a kind smile. It's the smile of a man who's been backed into a corner and just realized he has teeth. We go nuclear, he says. We give the press a better story than Marcus Wellesley's lies. We give them the truth. What truth? That Victoria Ashford is a violent stalker who has terrorized multiple women, that she's using her family's money and influence to evade legal consequences, and that she's currently orchestrating a campaign of defamation against you because she's convinced you're in the way of her delusional obsession with me. She'll sue again. Let her. Truth is an absolute defense, and I have the evidence to back up every claim. What evidence? Medical records from Sarah's hospitalization, police reports from 3 other incidents Victoria's family paid to bury, testimony from therapists who treated her, obtained legally, before you ask. I've been building a case against her for 5 years. I just never had a reason to use it. Until now. Until now. I should be horrified by the ruthlessness in his voice. Instead, I'm grateful. When do we release it? I ask. Tomorrow morning, before Marcus's interview drops. We control the narrative. And what about tonight? His eyes darken. Tonight, I take you home. I lock the doors, and I remind you that whatever happens, you're mine, and I protect what's mine. The possessiveness should bother me. It doesn't. Then take me home, Callum. He does. 10:47 p.m. The penthouse. We're in his bed again. My head on his chest. his fingers tracing idle patterns on my bare shoulder. The sex was different this time. Slower, more deliberate. Like he was memorizing every inch of me, preparing for a war he's not sure we'll win. "Tell me we're going to be okay," I whisper. "We're going to be okay." You don't sound convinced. I'm terrified, but I'm also certain, because I'm not losing you, Emma. Not to Victoria, not to Marcus, not to anyone. What if the story doesn't work? What if people believe their version instead of ours? Then we adapt, we fight harder, we don't stop until they have no choice but to believe us. I tilt my head up to look at him. In the dim light, he looks younger, more vulnerable, less like the ruthless billionaire, more like the man who told me he's been in love with me for 3 years. "I'm glad you're on my side," I say. "I'm glad you let me be." He kisses me. And for a few hours we pretend the world outside doesn't exist. That it's just us. Safe. Together. Whole. But at 2:47 a.m., my phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. I shouldn't look. But I do. And my blood runs cold. It's a photo of me leaving Callum's office building this afternoon. And beneath it, a single line of text. "Unknown. I'm closer than you think. Sleep well, Emma." Chapter 6. The War. Emma Hartwell. I don't tell Callum about the text. Not immediately. He's finally asleep, the first real sleep he's had in days, based on the dark circles under his eyes, and I can't bring myself to wake him. Instead, I slip out of bed, pull on his shirt, and pad to the living room, where I know Dominic is stationed. He's on the couch, laptop open, 3 monitors displaying security feeds from around the building. He looks up when I enter. "Can't sleep?" he asks. "Someone sent me this." I hand him my phone. His expression hardens as he reads the message, studies the photo. "When?" "2 minutes ago." He's already typing, pulling up tracking software. The number's a burner, routed through 3 different servers. She's getting smarter. Or she hired someone who is. Same difference. He forwards the message to himself, then hands my phone back. "I'm waking Callum." "Don't." He needs to sleep. "Emma, someone has eyes on you, close enough to photograph you leaving the office. That's not something we can sit on until morning." "It's Victoria. We already know she's watching." "We suspected. This confirms it. And it changes the threat level. He's already standing." "I'm sorry, but he needs to know." I don't argue. Because Dominic's right. This isn't just harassment anymore. This is stalking. Active surveillance. And it's escalating. 3:12 a.m. Callum's bedroom. Callum goes from asleep to fully alert in under 3 seconds. The moment Dominic says my name, he's sitting up, eyes sharp, scanning for threats. What happened? Dominic shows him the text. The temperature in the room drops 10 degrees. "How close was she?" Callum asks, his voice deadly calm. "Across the street from the office building." Based on the angle of the photo, she, or whoever she hired, was using a telephoto lens. Professional grade. So she has a PI on retainer who's willing to commit stalking. Or she's doing it herself. Victoria's always been hands-on when she's obsessed. Callum stands, pulling on pants, already in crisis mode. I want facial recognition run on every camera within a 5-block radius of the office. Check yesterday's footage. Find me a face. Already in progress. I pinged the team before I woke you. Good. Double security again. I want eyes on Emma 24/7. No blind spots. Callum, I start. Non-negotiable, Emma. Someone is following you, photographing you. That same someone sent you a direct threat. You don't leave this penthouse without an armed detail. For how long? Until Victoria is behind bars or dead. I don't particularly care which. The coldness in his voice should shock me. It doesn't, because I've seen what Victoria is capable of. And I know Callum's not exaggerating. There's something else, Dominic says carefully. The photo was taken at 1:47 p.m. yesterday. The text was sent at 2:45 a.m. this morning. That's a 13-hour gap. She waited, I say, understanding. She wanted me to see it in the middle of the night, when I'd be alone, vulnerable. Psychological warfare, Callum confirms. She wants you scared. Well, it's working. He crosses to me, his hands coming up to frame my face. I won't let her hurt you, he says. I promise you that. You can't promise that. None of us can control what she does. Then, I'll control everything else, starting with keeping you here, where I know you're safe. Callum, I can't just hide in your penthouse forever. Watch me make that happen. The absolute certainty in his voice is both reassuring and terrifying. What about the press release? I ask. The story about Victoria's past. We're still doing that, right? First thing in the morning. Richard's team has been working all night. By 8 a.m., every major outlet will have a comprehensive dossier on Victoria Ashford's history of violence and harassment. She's going to retaliate. Let her. I'm ready. I want to believe him. Want to trust that money and lawyers and security teams will be enough. But Victoria has proven she's willing to escalate. And I don't know where this ends. Come back to bed, Callum says, reading my expression. You need sleep. I can't sleep knowing someone's watching me. Then I'll stay awake with you. You need rest more than I do. I need you safe more than I need rest. Dominic clears his throat. I'll be outside. Motion sensors are active. Cameras are recording. Nothing gets past the perimeter without me knowing. He leaves, closing the door behind him. Callum guides me back to bed, but neither of us lies down. We just sit there, backs against the headboard, his arm around my shoulders. Tell me something, I say after a while. What? Anything. Something good. Something that has nothing to do with Victoria, or lawsuits, or surveillance. He's quiet for a moment, thinking. Then, when I was 8, my grandfather took me to a lighthouse off the coast of Scotland. It was winter, freezing, and the wind was so strong I thought we'd both blow into the sea. But he held my hand and told me that no matter how dark it got, there was always light. You just had to know where to look. Did you believe him? Not then. I thought it was sentimental nonsense. And now? He looks at me, and his eyes are soft. Now I think he was talking about people, not lighthouses. He brushes a strand of hair behind my ear. You're my light, Emma, the thing I look for in the dark. My throat tightens. That's the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me. Don't get used to it. I'm terrible at this. You're doing fine. He kisses my temple, and we sit in silence for a while, watching the sky slowly lighten outside the windows, waiting for the war to begin. 8:03 a.m. The press release goes live at exactly 8 a.m. By 8:03, my phone is exploding. Texts from people I haven't spoken to in years. Emails from journalists asking for comment. Social media mentions in the hundreds, then thousands. The story is everywhere. Tech mogul exposes ex's violent past. Victoria Ashford, socialite or stalker. Billionaire's ex faces allegations of harassment, assault. Richard's team did their job well. The dossier is comprehensive, detailed, and backed by evidence that would stand up in court. Medical records showing Sarah's injuries. Police reports from incidents Victoria's family buried. Testimony from 3 therapists who treated her over the years. A pattern of obsessive behavior, escalating violence, and using wealth to evade consequences. It's damning, and Victoria's response is immediate. At 8:47 a.m., her lawyers released their own statement. Hale fabricates evidence in desperate smear campaign. Victoria Ashford's legal team categorically denies all allegations made by Callum Hale and his associates. These claims are the desperate actions of a man trying to distract from his own patterns of manipulation and emotional abuse. Ms. Ashford has never been convicted of any crime and has cooperated fully with authorities whenever questions arose. She intends to pursue all legal remedies against Mr. Hale for defamation and will not be intimidated by his attempts to weaponize her past struggles with mental health. They're spinning it, I say, reading the statement on my phone. Callum, Dominic, Richard, and I are gathered in the living room. Coffee and pastries sit untouched on the table. Of course they are, Richard says. But the evidence speaks for itself. Public opinion is already shifting. Twitter has eviscerated her. 3 major donors to her family's foundation have already pulled funding. That's not enough, Callum says. She's still free. Still dangerous. The NYPD is reviewing the stalking complaint we filed this morning. With the photo from last night and the pattern documented in our release, they're taking it seriously. How seriously? Seriously enough to interview her. Possibly seriously enough for an arrest if we can prove the surveillance. I want her in custody. Today. Callum, the wheels of justice. Move faster when you're a billionaire who donates to the Police Benevolent Fund. Make it happen, Richard. Richard nods and steps away, phone already to his ear. Dominic's laptop chimes. Facial recognition got a hit, quote, he announces. The photographer from yesterday. He turns the screen toward us. It's a man in his 40s, wearing a baseball cap and dark jacket. Professional, unremarkable. Marco Rossi. Dominic reads. Private investigator, formerly NYPD, specializes in surveillance and background checks, works exclusively for high-net-worth clients. Victoria hired him, I say, or her family did. Either way, we have a name and a face. I'm sending this to the NYPD now. If they can tie him directly to Victoria, it strengthens the stalking case. Callum is pacing now, all controlled energy and barely suppressed rage. This needs to end, he says. Today, I don't care what it costs. Callum, I say quietly, come here. He stops, looks at me. Please. He crosses the room, sits beside me on the couch. I take his hand. We're winning, I say. Look at the coverage. Look at what's happening. People believe us. The walls are closing in on her. Not fast enough. Maybe not, but it's happening. And in the meantime, I'm safe. You're safe. We just have to hold on a little longer. He pulls me against his chest, his arms wrapping around me like he can physically shield me from the world. I hate this, he murmurs into my hair. I hate that she's made you a target. I hate that I can't just fix it. You are fixing it. You're doing everything right. It doesn't feel like enough. It's enough for me. We stay like that for a long moment. Then Dominic's laptop chimes again. You're going to want to see this, he says, his voice tight. Callum and I both look up. Dominic turns the screen toward us. It's a news alert. Breaking, Sir Marcus Wellesley found dead in London hotel room. The room spins. What? I manage. Dominic is already clicking through to the article. Sir Marcus Wellesley, 58, was found deceased in his hotel room at the Langham this morning. Police are treating the death as suspicious. No further details are available at this time. Suspicious, Callum repeats. That's code for murder. Or suicide, Richard says, having returned from his call. Either way, it's going to complicate things. How? I ask. Because if it's murder, and if there's any evidence connecting it to you or Callum, Victoria's lawyers will use it to paint you as dangerous. If it's suicide, they'll claim you drove him to it with your false accusations. This is insane. I haven't been anywhere near London in weeks. Doesn't matter. Narrative is more powerful than facts in the court of public opinion. Callum's phone rings. He answers without looking at the screen. Hale. His expression changes, hardens. When? A pause. Where is she now? Another pause. No, absolutely not. You tell them. He stops, listens. Then, very carefully, sets the phone down. Victoria has been arrested, he says. Relief crashes over me. That's good, right? I ask. She's claiming self-defense. Self-defense against what? Against Marco Rossi, the PI who was photographing you. Callum's jaw is tight. He's dead, Emma. Shot twice in the chest in Victoria's apartment 2 hours ago. She's claiming he attacked her, that she had no choice. The room tilts. She killed him, I whisper. Or she's setting up the perfect defense for stalking charges. If Rossi's dead, he can't testify that she hired him. And she gets to play the victim again. Do the police believe her? They're investigating. But she has a gun permit, security footage showing Rossi entering her apartment uninvited, and a very expensive lawyer already spinning the story. So she gets away with it. Again. Maybe, or maybe she's finally made a mistake we can exploit. Callum stands. Richard, I want everything on that shooting. Security footage, police reports, witness statements. If there's any evidence this was premeditated, I want it found. On it. And I want a full protection detail on Emma, armed, 24/7. If Victoria walks on self-defense, the first thing she's going to do is come after Emma to tie up loose ends. Callum, you're being paranoid, I start. Am I? 2 people connected to this situation are dead, Emma, Marcus and Rossi, both in the last 12 hours. That's not coincidence. The reality of what he's saying hits me. Marcus and Rossi, both dead. Both people who could have provided evidence against Victoria. You think she killed Marcus too, I say. I think it's a hell of a coincidence that he dies the night before his interview was supposed to go live, an interview that would have supported her narrative. But why kill him if he was helping her? Because dead men can't recant, can't be cross-examined, can't reveal who put them up to it. Callum's expression is grim. Victoria's cleaning house, eliminating anyone who can tie her to the harassment campaign. Which means you're next on her list. The words hang in the air. Cold. Final. True. We go dark, Callum says, his voice leaving no room for argument. Emma, pack a bag. We're leaving the city. Today. Now. Callum. I'm not asking Emma. I'm not risking your life on the off chance the police can hold her. We're going somewhere she can't find us, and we're staying there until this is over. Where? Scotland. I have a property there. Remote, secure, off the grid. We can work from there, and Dominic's team can handle the investigation here. I'll coordinate with the NYPD, Dominic says. Keep you updated on Victoria's situation. What if she's released? I ask. Then we stay in Scotland until Richard's team builds a case strong enough to put her away permanently. That could take months. Then we stay for months. He's serious. Completely serious. And looking at the determination in his eyes, I realize he's not going to change his mind. Okay, I say, we go to Scotland. Relief flashes across his face. Pack light. We leave in 2 hours. He's already moving, already making calls, already orchestrating our disappearance. And I stand there, in the middle of his penthouse and wonder, how did my life become a thriller novel? And more importantly, how does it end? 12:47 p.m. Private Airfield, Teterboro, New Jersey. The jet is waiting when we arrive. Sleek, private, expensive. The pilot greets Callum by name, asks no questions about our sudden departure. Dominic loads our bags, 2 for me, 1 for Callum, all packed in under an hour. I'll keep you posted, Dominic says, clasping Callum's hand. Every 6 hours. If anything changes with Victoria, you'll know immediately. Thank you, Callum says, for everything. Just doing my job. It's more than that, you know it is. Dominic glances at me, then back at Callum. Take care of her, she's worth it. I know. They embrace, brief, masculine, full of unspoken history. Then Dominic turns to me. Stay safe, Em. You too, Dom. He hugs me, quick and warm. For what it's worth, he whispers. I'm glad it's him. You two are good together. Thanks for the fake boyfriend experience. He grins. Anytime. Then we're boarding, and the jet is taxiing, and New York is falling away beneath us. I watch the city shrink through the window. All my mistakes. All my ghosts. All the chaos Victoria has brought into our lives. All of it, getting smaller. Callum's hand finds mine. We're gonna be okay, he says. You keep saying that. Because it's true. What if it's not? What if she finds us? What if? He kisses me, cutting off the spiral. When he pulls back, his eyes are steady. Then we fight, together, like we promised. Together, I repeat. The jet climbs. And, somewhere below us, Victoria Ashford is either in custody or planning her next move. Either way, this isn't over. But at least for now, we're safe. And we have each other. It has to be enough. Chapter 7. The Sanctuary. Emma Hartwell. Scotland is not what I expected. I'd imagined rolling green hills, quaint villages, maybe a castle or two in the distance. Instead, Callum's property is a fortress. We land at a private airstrip on the Isle of Skye, all dramatic cliffs and churning seas and wind that cuts through my jacket like it's made of tissue paper. A Land Rover is waiting, driver silent and efficient. We drive for 40 minutes along single-track roads, passing maybe 3 other cars the entire time. The house, and I use the term loosely, sits on a promontory overlooking the sea. It's modern, all glass and steel and sharp angles, built into the cliff face like it grew there. How long have you owned this? I ask as we pull up. 12 years, built it the year after Sarah. Callum's voice is quiet. I needed somewhere to disappear. This fit the bill. We enter through a security door that requires both biometric scan and a 12-digit code. Inside, the house is sparse but beautiful. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the Atlantic. Minimalist furniture. A kitchen that's never been used. Bedroom suites on 3 levels. It's a sanctuary. Or a very luxurious prison, depending on your perspective. There's no cell service, Callum says, leading me through the space. Satellite internet only, encrypted. The nearest neighbor is 8 kilometers away. No one knows about this place except Dominic and Richard. And now me. And now you. He shows me the security measures. Motion sensors covering a quarter-mile perimeter, cameras with night vision, panic buttons in every room that connect directly to a private security firm in Edinburgh. It's excessive. It's also exactly what we need. The master suite is upstairs, he says. You can have your own room if you want. I want to be with you. Relief flashes in his eyes. Okay, 7:34 p.m. We eat dinner in near silence. Callum cooked, or more accurately, reheated prepared meals that were stocked in the freezer by the house manager who comes weekly. Some kind of lamb stew that's better than it has any right to be. You're quiet, he observes. Just processing. Want to talk about it? I set down my fork. 2 people are dead, Callum. Marcus and Rossi, both connected to Victoria, both potentially murdered. Potentially. You don't believe in coincidences. No, I don't. So Victoria killed them, to protect herself, to eliminate witnesses. Probably. And you think I'm next? His jaw tightens. I think she views you as the biggest threat to getting what she wants. Which is me, alone and miserable, exactly where she thinks I should be. That's insane. Yes, it is, but that doesn't make it less true. I push my plate away, appetite gone. How long do we stay here? As long as it takes. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. He reaches across the table, taking my hand. Emma, I know this isn't what you signed up for. I know this is terrifying and disruptive and completely insane. If you want to walk away, if you want me to send you somewhere else, somewhere she'd never think to look, I'll do it. No questions asked. And where would you go? Nowhere. I'd stay and deal with her. Alone. I've been alone for 12 years. I'm good at it. Well, I'm not. And I'm not leaving you to face this by yourself. Emma. No, we're partners, remember? We deal with this together. Even if it means hiding in Scotland for months. Even if it means watching our entire lives blow up from a distance. We do it together. His eyes are bright. I don't deserve you, he says quietly. Probably not, but you're stuck with me anyway. He stands, pulling me up with him, and kisses me. Soft, reverent, full of things he's not saying. When he pulls back, he's smiling. Come on, I want to show you something. 8:12 p.m. He leads me to the roof. There's a deck up here, sheltered from the wind by glass panels, with a telescope pointed at the sky. My grandfather gave me this, Callum says, adjusting the angle. Said if I was going to hide from the world, I should at least look at the stars. Wise man. He was. He steps back. Look. I peer through the eyepiece. The sky explodes. Stars, millions of them, more than I've ever seen in my life. The Milky Way stretched across the darkness, like someone spilled diamonds. It's beautiful, I breathe. There's no light pollution out here. On clear nights, you can see everything. I stand up, tilting my head back to take in the full scope of it. Callum wraps his arms around me from behind, chin resting on my shoulder. I used to come here when things got bad, he says. After Sarah. After deals went wrong. After I convinced myself I'd destroyed everything I touched, I'd stand up here and remind myself that I'm just small. Insignificant. That the universe doesn't care about my mistakes. Did it help? Sometimes. Other times it just made me feel more alone. I turn in his arms to face him. You're not alone anymore. No, I'm not. He brushes a strand of hair from my face. I spent 12 years convinced I didn't deserve this. Didn't deserve love or happiness or any kind of connection that wasn't transactional. And then you walked into my life and destroyed every defense I'd built. Sorry? Don't be. I'm not. He kisses my forehead. I love you, Emma Hartwell. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life proving I'm worth the risk you took on me. You already are. I'm really not. But I'm going to try anyway. We stand there under the stars, wrapped in each other, and for the first time in weeks, I feel something close to peace. Day 3. We fall into a routine. Mornings, coffee, emails, updates from Dominic and Richard. Afternoons, walks along the cliffs, the wind fierce enough to steal your breath. Evenings, cooking together, reading by the fire, pretending we're just a normal couple on an extended vacation. Nights, in his bed, learning each other's bodies, discovering that intimacy isn't just physical, it's trust made tangible. The updates from New York are both promising and frustrating. Victoria is out on bail. Self-defense claim for shooting Rossi is holding up, at least for now. Marcus's death has been ruled suspicious, but the London police have no leads. Victoria's legal team is pursuing the defamation suit with renewed vigor. But public opinion has turned against her. The evidence in Richard's dossier is too damning, too well documented. She's losing. Slowly. But she's losing. It's going to take months, Richard says on our third video call. Maybe longer, but we're building a pattern. Harassment, stalking, 2 potentially connected deaths. Eventually, something will stick. Eventually isn't good enough, Callum says. It's all we have. Unless you want to go vigilante, which I strongly advise against. The thought has crossed my mind. Callum. Richard's voice is sharp. Do not do anything stupid. Let the system work. The system let her hurt Sarah, let her evade consequences for years. Forgive me if I don't have faith in its ability to protect Emma. The system is all we have. Work with it, or you'll end up in a cell next to Victoria. Callum doesn't respond. But I can see the wheels turning. Day 7. I'm reading in the living room when Callum's phone rings. He's in his office, a converted bedroom on the 2nd floor, doing whatever it is he does to run an empire remotely. The ring is different. Urgent. I hear his voice, sharp and tense. Then footsteps, rapid. He appears in the doorway, face pale. What happened? I ask, already standing. Victoria escaped custody. The words don't make sense. What? She was being transported from the courthouse to a holding facility. The van was ambushed, 3 guards injured, Victoria gone. My legs give out. I sink back onto the couch. How? Dominic's working on it. Initial reports suggest professional extraction, military-grade tactics. Someone helped her. Someone with money and training, probably hired mercenaries. Where is she now? No one knows. She's vanished. The room spins. Callum, you're safe here. I promise you that. This location is completely off-grid. There's no paper trail, no digital footprint. Even if she somehow found out about Scotland, she'd never find this house. You can't promise that. Yes, I can, because I've spent 12 years making sure places like this exist precisely for situations like this. He pulls me to my feet, hands on my shoulders. Emma, look at me. I do. His eyes are steady, certain. I will not let her hurt you. I will die before I let that happen. Do you understand? That's not comforting. It's the truth. There's a knock at the door, the security entrance, 2 floors down. We both freeze. Callum's hand goes to the gun I didn't know he was carrying, holstered at his back. Stay here, he orders. Callum, stay here. He disappears down the stairs. I hear voices. Callum's, low and tense. And then another voice. Familiar. Relief crashes over me. It's Dominic. 8:47 p.m. Dominic looks like he hasn't slept in days. He's in tactical gear, carrying a duffel bag, and his face is grim. You shouldn't have come, Callum says, if anyone followed you. No one followed me, I made sure. Dominic sets the bag down, but we have bigger problems. Talk. Victoria's extraction was funded by her father. Alexander Ashford wired $5 million to a shell company in the Caymans, 3 days before she escaped. We have the paper trail. So Daddy's helping her evade justice. Worse, he's helping her hunt. Dominic pulls out a tablet, pulls up a map. These are confirmed Victoria sightings in the last 48 hours. London, Paris, Edinburgh. My blood runs cold. Edinburgh is 2 hours from here, I say. Exactly. She's not running, Emma. She's searching. How could she possibly know we're in Scotland? She doesn't. But she knows Callum owns property here. And she knows him well enough to guess he'd bring you somewhere remote. Somewhere he considers safe. How many properties does he have in Scotland? I ask Callum. 4. This one, a lodge in the Highlands, a townhouse in Edinburgh, and a cottage in the Orkneys. So she has a 1 in 4 chance of finding us. Not if we move first, Dominic says. I've arranged transport. We leave tonight. New location, new identity documents, completely off Victoria's radar. Where? Callum asks. Norway. I have contacts there. People who specialize in making people disappear. Absolutely not. I'm not running for the rest of my life. You're not. You're buying time for the authorities to find her. They had her in custody and lost her. I don't trust them to do their job. Then what do you suggest? Callum is quiet for a long moment. Then, we end this, tonight. Callum, no, I start. She's in Edinburgh, 2 hours away. She thinks she's hunting us. We turn the tables, we hunt her. That's insane, Dominic says. Is it? She's overconfident, exposed, operating outside the law. This is our chance to finish this. Or it's a trap. Then we spring the trap and deal with the consequences. I stand. No, absolutely not. I'm not letting you walk into a potential ambush. You're not letting me do anything, Emma. This is my decision. Bullshit. We're partners, which means I get a vote. Not in this. Not when it comes to your safety. Then the same applies to you. I'm not letting you sacrifice yourself because you have some misguided hero complex. This isn't about heroics. This is about ending the threat before she gets any closer. And what if you end up dead? What then? Then you're safe. That's all that matters. The words land like a slap. That's not all that matters to me. We're standing toe-to-toe now, both of us breathing hard. Dominic clears his throat. Much as I hate to interrupt this touching moment, we need to make a decision. If Victoria is in Edinburgh, she could be here by morning. We either run, hide, or fight. But we can't do nothing. Callum and I stare at each other. I'm not running, I say. Neither am I, Callum replies. So we fight. Together. I nod. Together. Dominic sighs. You're both insane. But fine. If we're doing this, we do it smart. No heroics. We set a trap, we control the environment, and we have multiple exit strategies. Agreed, Callum says. And Emma stays somewhere safe. Non-negotiable. Like hell, I start. Emma, Callum's voice is steel. This is where I draw the line. You can be part of the planning. You can have input, but you do not put yourself in the line of fire, please. The please breaks me. Fine, but I want updates, every 30 minutes, or I'm coming after you myself. Deal. Dominic opens his duffel bag, pulling out laptops, weapons, tactical gear. Then let's get to work. We have 8 hours to plan an ambush. And if we're lucky, by sunrise, Victoria Ashford will be in custody. Or dead, Callum says quietly. Or dead. 2:47 a.m. The plan is set. Callum and Dominic will drive to Edinburgh. They've rented a flat under a false name in the old town. The kind of place someone like Callum would hide if he was trying to stay off the radar. They'll leak the location through a channel they know Victoria monitors. She'll come. And when she does, they'll have her on camera, on recording, with witnesses. Enough evidence to put her away for good. It's risky. It's dangerous. It's the best option we have. I watch Callum gear up, Kevlar vest under his jacket, gun holstered, earpiece for communication. He looks like a different person. Harder, colder. The man he was before I met him. Come back to me, I say. He crosses to where I'm standing, pulling me into his arms. I always will. Promise me. I promise, Emma, this ends tonight. And then we get to have the life we both deserve. He kisses me, long, deep, full of all the things we haven't said. When he pulls back, his eyes are bright. I love you, he says. I love you too. Now go end this so we can start our actual life. Yes, ma'am. He and Dominic head for the door. I watch them go. And pray that I haven't just seen Callum for the last time. Chapter 8. The Reckoning. Callum Hale. Edinburgh at 4 a.m. is a study in shadows and silence. The old town sleeps, medieval streets empty, except for the occasional drunk stumbling home, the distant wail of a siren. Dominic and I are positioned in the flat on the 3rd floor of a Georgian tenement, windows overlooking the Royal Mile. We've been here for an hour. The bait has been set. Now we wait. She's not coming, Dominic says, checking his watch. We've been broadcasting this location for 6 hours. If she was going to take it, she'd be here by now. She'll come. She's too obsessed not to. Or she's smarter than you're giving her credit for. Sees through the trap. Then we adapt. My phone vibrates. A text from the security team watching the perimeter. Team Alpha, movement. South entrance. Single individual. Female. Matches target description. Adrenaline spikes through my system. She's here, I say. Dominic is already moving, checking the camera feeds on his laptop. There, a figure in dark clothing, hood pulled up, moving with purposeful strides toward our building. That's her, Dominic confirms. Alone, as far as we can tell, no backup visible. She's confident. Or desperate. We watch her approach the building entrance. She doesn't hesitate, doesn't check her surroundings the way someone expecting a trap would. She pulls out a lockpick set. 30 seconds later, she's inside. "Teams in position?" I ask into my earpiece. "Affirmative," comes the response. "All exits covered. She's contained." Victoria climbs the stairs. We can hear her footsteps on the ancient wood, each creak amplified in the silence. Second floor. Third floor. Our floor. Dominic has his weapon drawn. So do I. The door handle turns. Locked. Victoria doesn't bother with subtlety this time. She kicks it, once, twice, and the old lock gives way. She storms in, and for a moment, we just stare at each other. She looks different than she did at the auction. Thinner, harder. Her blonde hair is pulled back in a severe ponytail, and there are dark circles under her eyes. She's holding a gun. "Hello, Callum," she says, her voice eerily calm. "Did you really think I wouldn't see through this pathetic trap?" "Put the gun down, Victoria." "Or what? You'll shoot me?" "We both know you won't. You're too controlled, too civilized. You'd never actually pull the trigger." "You don't know me as well as you think." "I know you better than anyone. Better than that little whore you're hiding. Where is she, by the way?" "Emma." "Your art curator. Your damsel in distress." "Somewhere. You'll never find her." "Is that what you think? That you can hide her from me?" Victoria laughs, sharp and brittle. "I found you in 12 hours, Callum. I'll find her in 12 more. You're not going to get the chance. This building is surrounded. Armed police, private security. The moment you walked in here, you sealed your own fate." "Did I?" She tilts her head. "Or did you seal yours?" Something in her tone makes my blood run cold. "What did you do?" I ask. "Made sure Emma knows exactly how much you're willing to sacrifice for her." My phone buzzes. Multiple texts, coming in rapid succession. I glance down, keeping the gun trained on Victoria. "Team Bravo, breach at Scotland location. Multiple hostiles. We're engaging." "Team Charlie, woman, matching Emma's description, being extracted from premises. We're in pursuit." "No. No. You're lying," I say, voice deadly calm. "Emma is secure. You can't possibly." "Can't I? You think you're the only one who can plan an ambush?" Victoria's smile is vicious. "While you were setting your little trap here, I was setting mine there. You're predictable, Callum. You always have been. You care about people, which makes you weak. And weakness is so easy to exploit." I'm already moving, running for the door. Dominic grabs my arm. "Callum, wait. It could be a bluff." "It's not." I know it's not. Because Victoria's eyes are gleaming with triumph. She came here to distract me, to pull me away from Emma, and I fell for it. "Tell your men to stand down." Victoria calls after me, or Emma dies. You have 5 minutes to decide. Emma Hartwell. 4 hours earlier. I can't sleep. Callum and Dominic have been gone for 3 hours, and every sound makes me jump. The wind against the windows. The creak of the house settling. The distant crash of waves on the rocks below. I'm making tea in the kitchen when I hear it. Glass breaking. Downstairs. My blood runs cold. The panic button is in the bedroom. 20 feet away. I run. Don't make it. 2 men in black tactical gear appear at the top of the stairs, moving with military precision. "Emma Hartwell," one of them asks, his accent Eastern European. I don't answer. He pulls out a photo, compares it to my face. "Da, is her. Victoria will be pleased." Victoria. She found me. I bolt for the bedroom, slamming the door, hitting the panic button as I dive behind the bed. The door explodes inward. One of the men grabs me, wrenching my arm behind my back. I scream. He clamps a hand over my mouth. "No noise. You come quietly. No one gets hurt." I bite down hard on his palm. He curses, releases me for a second. I grab the lamp from the nightstand and swing. It connects with his head. He stumbles. But the second man is already there, catching my wrist, twisting until the lamp falls. "Enough," he says. "We have orders, alive, unhurt." But Victoria did not say happy. "You fight. We make this unpleasant." Footsteps on the stairs. More of them. How many did she send? The security team, Callum's people, where are they? "Your guards are neutralized," the first man says, reading my expression. "Alive, but not able to help. This is your choice. Walk with us, or we carry you." Either way, you come. I calculate the odds. 3 men I can see, possibly more downstairs. I'm in pajamas, barefoot, armed with nothing. Callum is 2 hours away. I'm on my own. "Where are you taking me?" I ask, buying time. "Somewhere safe. Somewhere you and Victoria can have conversation." If she wanted to talk, she'd come herself. Victoria is occupied. She sends us instead. His partner pulls out a syringe. "No," I say, backing up. "No, I'll come willingly. You don't need." Orders are orders. This makes transport easier. He moves fast. I try to dodge, but the first man still has my wrist. The needle pierces my arm. Cold spreads through my veins. The room tilts. "Callum, I manage." Then everything goes dark. Callum Hale. Present. I'm in the car, driving like a demon, Dominic in the passenger seat coordinating with the Scotland team. "They're okay," he reports. "Security team was tased, knocked unconscious, no permanent damage. But Emma's gone. They took her in a helicopter, flew south." "Where?" "Tracking it now. Give me 2 minutes." Those 2 minutes feel like hours. My phone rings. "Victoria." I answer on speaker. "Hello, Callum. Miss me?" "Where is she?" "Safe. For now. Whether she stays that way depends entirely on you." "If you hurt her?" "You'll what?" "You're 2 hours away, and I have a dozen men with very specific instructions. You don't get to threaten me anymore, Callum. I hold all the cards." "What do you want?" "What I've always wanted. You, alone, away from your distractions, your lawyers, your little replacement for me." "Victoria, Emma has nothing to do with us." "She has everything to do with us. She's the reason you won't come back to me. The reason you've spent the last 2 months treating me like I'm the problem, when all I've ever done is love you." Her voice cracks on the last word. And I realize she genuinely believes this. Believes that her obsession is love. That stalking and violence and murder are justified because she loves me. "Victoria," I say, forcing my voice calm, "let Emma go. This is between you and me. She doesn't need to be involved." But she does, because you need to understand what it feels like to lose someone you love, to watch them be taken from you, the way you took yourself from me. I was never yours to lose. "Liar!" she's screaming now. "We were perfect together. We could have built an empire, had everything, but you threw it away. For what? For these weak women who can't handle the real you?" "Where is Emma?" I repeat, ice in my voice. "Somewhere you'll never find her, unless you do exactly what I say." "Which is?" "Come to me, alone, unarmed, and I'll consider letting her live." "That's not good enough. I need proof she's alive." A pause. Then rustling, and Emma's voice. Groggy. Scared. But alive. "Callum! Emma, are you hurt?" Her voice cuts off. Victoria's back. "There, your proof. Now here's what's going to happen. You have 2 hours to get to the location I'm about to send you. You come alone. You tell no one. And when you arrive, we're going to have a very long conversation about your future, our future. And if I don't, then Emma learns what Sarah learned, that loving you is a death sentence." The line goes dead. A text arrives. GPS coordinates. An abandoned industrial complex outside Glasgow. It's a trap, Dominic says. I know. You go there, she'll kill you both. Probably. Callum. I'm not leaving Emma to die, Dom. I won't do it. I can't. Then we go in smart. I call in reinforcements, we surround the location. And Victoria sees us coming and executes Emma before we breach the door. No, this has to be me. Alone. That's suicide. Maybe. Or maybe it's the only way to end this. I floor the accelerator. The car surges forward, and I make peace with the fact that I might not survive the next 2 hours. But if I can save Emma, it'll be worth it. Emma Hartwell. I wake up on a concrete floor. My head is pounding. My mouth tastes like chemicals. The room is dark, lit only by a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. Industrial space, abandoned, judging by the dust and decay. I try to move. My hands are zip-tied behind my back, ankles bound. Alone. No, not alone. Victoria steps out of the shadows. She's changed since the auction. Harder, thinner, the polish is gone, replaced by something feral. You're awake. Good. I was worried they'd given you too much sedative. I don't respond. Not going to beg, plead. Most of Callum's whores do. I'm not his whore. No, what are you then? His girlfriend? His love? Don't make me laugh. Callum doesn't love. He obsesses, he controls, he discards. You're just the latest in a long line of women he'll destroy. You're wrong. Am I? Tell me, Emma, when did he tell you about Sarah? About how his inability to commit, his constant work obsession drove her away? About how I had to step in and teach her what happens when you try to steal what's mine? You put her in the hospital. I removed an obstacle, just like I'll remove you. Once Callum sees what happens to the people he pretends to care about, he'll understand. We belong together. We always have. She's insane. Genuinely, completely insane. He's not coming for me, I lie. He's smarter than that. Victoria laughs. Oh, sweetheart, he's already on his way. I made sure of it. And when he arrives, he'll have to choose. You or him. One of you dies tonight. I'll let him decide which. You're going to kill us both no matter what he chooses. Probably, but it'll be interesting to see who he picks, don't you think? She walks away, leaving me alone in the dark. And all I can do is pray that Callum is smart enough to save himself, even if it means leaving me behind. Callum Hale. The industrial complex is exactly what I expected. Abandoned warehouses, rusted equipment, no lights except for a single building in the center. That's where she'll be. I park a quarter-mile away and approach on foot. Dominic is tracking me via the GPS in my watch, coordinating with a tactical team that's maintaining a 3-mile perimeter. If this goes sideways, they'll move in. But not until I give the signal. I can't risk Emma. The building door is unlocked. I enter, weapon drawn. Victoria, I call out. I'm here, alone, like you asked. Prove it. Her voice echoes from somewhere above. I strip off my jacket, my shirt, showing I'm not wearing a vest or wires. Satisfied? Put the gun on the ground. Kick it away. I hesitate. Now, Callum, or I start removing Emma's fingers, one at a time. I set the gun down. Kick it across the floor. Good, now come upstairs. 3rd floor. Don't try anything clever. I climb. Each step feels like walking to my own execution. But if it saves Emma, I'll do it. 3rd floor. A large open space, probably an old factory floor. Victoria stands in the center, a gun in her hand. And Emma. Emma is on her knees, hands bound, blood trickling from a cut on her forehead. But alive. Let her go, I say. Not yet. First, we talk. About us. About our future. We don't have a future, Victoria. We never did. Because of her. Because you replaced me with someone weaker, someone temporary. I loved you once, I interrupt. Years ago when we first met. I thought we could build something together, but you became obsessed, controlling, violent. I had to leave, for my safety and yours. Liar! You left because you're a coward, because you couldn't handle real love. What you felt wasn't love, it was possession. And when I tried to leave, you hurt the people I cared about to punish me. They were obstacles. They were people, Victoria, Sarah, Marcus, Rossi. How many people have to die before you realize you need help? I don't need help, I need you. She raises the gun, points it at Emma. So choose, her or you. One bullet, who dies? Victoria. Choose. Me, I say without hesitation. Let her go. Kill me if you have to. But let Emma go. Victoria's expression crumples. You really do love her. Yes, I do. More than you ever loved me. Victoria. Say it. Yes, I love her more than I ever loved you. She's everything you're not. Kind. Brave. She doesn't need to control me to feel powerful. She lets me be myself, flaws and all. Tears stream down Victoria's face. Then you've made your choice. She swings the gun toward me, and Emma moves. She's been working on the zip ties, I realize. They snap free. She launches herself at Victoria. The gun goes off. The sound is deafening. Both women go down. I'm running, screaming Emma's name. They're struggling on the floor. The gun skitters away. I reach them, pulling Emma clear. She's breathing. No blood. The shot missed. Victoria is sobbing, curled on the floor. I loved you, she keeps saying. I loved you. I know, I say quietly, but love isn't supposed to hurt this much. Footsteps on the stairs. Dominic and the tactical team pour in. Victoria is cuffed, still crying, still insisting she did it all for love. And I hold Emma, checking her for injuries, whispering apologies and promises. You came, she says. Of course I came. I'll always come for you. Even when it's stupid. Especially then. She laughs, broken and relieved. And we hold each other while the world falls apart around us. But we're alive. Together. And Victoria is finally in custody. It's over. Epilogue. The After. Emma Hartwell. 6 months later. The gallery opens on a Tuesday in April. Not my father's gallery. That's long gone, sold to pay debts and close chapters. This is mine. Hartwell Contemporary occupies a converted warehouse in Shoreditch, all exposed brick and natural light. The kind of space I used to dream about when I was sleeping in that Brooklyn hostel, wondering if I'd ever work in art again. Callum funded it. I tried to refuse. It's too much, I'd argued, standing in his penthouse, our penthouse now, holding the lease agreement. I can't let you just buy me a gallery. I'm not buying you a gallery. I'm investing in a business with an exceptional curator who happens to be my wife. We're not married yet. Semantics. We will be in 3 months. The prenup you insisted on will kick in, at which point this will technically be a joint venture. You're impossible. You love me anyway. He wasn't wrong. The opening is packed. Collectors I recognize from Callum's world, mingling with young artists I've been championing. Critics who wrote me off after the Sir Marcus scandal, now eating canapes and grudgingly admitting the work is good. Dominic is here, playing security despite my protests that we don't need armed guards at an art opening. Humor me, he'd said. After everything we've been through, I'm allowed to be paranoid. Fair point. He's brought a date, a Scottish doctor he met during our extended stay in Skye. She's lovely, sharp-witted, Exactly the kind of person Dom deserves. They look happy. We all do. Victoria is in a secure psychiatric facility in upstate New York. The trial was swift, the evidence overwhelming. Stalking, harassment, murder conspiracy in Marcus's death, attempted murder of Emma and Callum. Her lawyers tried for an insanity defense. It partially worked. Instead of prison, she's in treatment. Minimum 25 years before she's eligible for review. Alexander Ashford, her father, the man who funded her escape, is facing his own charges. Conspiracy, obstruction of justice, about a dozen financial crimes Richard's team unearthed. The Ashford empire is crumbling. And I don't feel bad about it. Not even a little. Callum finds me in the back gallery, standing in front of my favorite piece. It's mine, something I painted during our time in Scotland. Abstract, all dark blues and silvers, with slashes of gold that look like light breaking through storm clouds. I call it After the Tempest. You should sell this one, Callum says, sliding his arm around my waist. It's not for sale. Everything has a price. Not this. This one's personal. Tell me. I lean into him, breathing in cedar and smoke, the scent that means home now. I painted it the night we got back from Glasgow, after Victoria was arrested. After we finally knew it was over, I pause. I was thinking about how we survived, how we went through hell and came out the other side. The gold is us, the light that made it through. He's quiet for a moment. Then, I want it for my office. I just said it's not for sale. I'm not buying it. I'm asking you to give it to me, as a wedding present. We're already giving each other wedding presents, very expensive ones. So we'll have two. I get this. You get the Rothko. I turn to face him. You're giving me a Rothko? The one from my penthouse. The one you stared at for 5 minutes the first time you saw it. I'm having it transferred to the gallery. Consider it a permanent loan to your collection. Callum, that painting is worth millions. And it belongs with you, where it'll be appreciated, loved, where it'll mean something beyond being a status symbol on my wall. My throat tightens. 6 months and he still manages to surprise me. Okay, I say. The painting's yours, for your office, so you can look at it and remember. I don't need a painting to remember, but I'll take it anyway. He kisses me, soft and sweet, and someone in the gallery whistles. We break apart, both smiling. Come on, he says. You have collectors to schmooze, and I have a very important question to ask you. What question? Whether you're ready to leave your own opening and go get married. I blink. What? I have a car outside, a minister waiting at the house, Dominic and Richard as witnesses. We can do this right now, tonight if you want. Or we can wait 3 months for the big production your mother's planning. My mother who wasn't speaking to me 6 months ago? The same one who called me last week to thank me for saving her daughter from a life of mediocrity. I think Victoria's arrest made international news, made her reconsider her opinions. And you want to skip the wedding she's planning? I want to be married to you. Today, tomorrow, 3 months from now, whenever you're ready, but I'd prefer today. I study his face. He's serious. Completely serious. You really want to get married tonight? At the house? No guests? No party? No dress? I really do. Because I've waited 3 years to call you my wife. I don't want to wait 3 more months. I think about it for exactly 5 seconds. Okay. Okay. Let's do it. Let's get married tonight. His smile could light the entire city. You're sure? I'm sure. I love you, Callum Hale, and I don't need a party or a dress to prove it. I love you too, Emma Hartwell, soon to be Emma Hale. Actually, I'm keeping Hartwell, for professional reasons. Even better. Emma Hartwell, the woman who rebuilt her life and opened the best gallery in London. We're in New York. Give it 6 months. You'll expand. 11:47 p.m. The penthouse. The ceremony is perfect in its simplicity. Just us, Dominic, Richard, the minister Callum, somehow found on 6 hours. Notice. I'm wearing the green dress from the auction, the one Callum couldn't stop staring at. He's in the same tuxedo. Full circle. The vows are traditional, but we add our own at the end. I promise to be honest, Callum says, even when it's hard. To let you make your own choices, even when I disagree. To trust you with my worst parts, not just my best. I promise to push back when you're being impossible, I say. To remind you that control is an illusion and vulnerability is strength. To love you through the darkness, because that's when you need it most. By the power vested in me, the minister says, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Callum kisses me before he can finish the sentence. Dominic cheers. Richard rolls his eyes but smiles. And just like that, we're married. For real this time. No contract, no conditions. No ulterior motives. Just two people who chose each other. Every single day. Later, everyone's gone. It's just us in the penthouse, champagne glasses in hand, standing at the window overlooking the city. Happy? Callum asks. Deliriously. Any regrets? Just one. He tenses. What? That I didn't meet you sooner. We could have skipped all the drama and gotten straight to this part. He relaxes, smiling. Where's the fun in that? You have a twisted definition of fun. You married me anyway. I did, twice technically. Third time's the charm. There's not going to be a third time. This one's permanent. Good, because I'm not letting you go, ever. Even when I'm difficult? Especially then. I lean into him, and he wraps his arms around me. We stand there in the quiet, watching the city lights. Two people who survived a war and came out the other side. Scarred, changed, better. Callum? Thank you. For what? For seeing me 3 years ago at that gallery, for remembering me, for bringing me into your life, even though it was complicated and dangerous and completely insane. You're welcome, though I'm pretty sure I should be thanking you. For what? For not running, for staying when every sane person would have left, for loving me despite the fact that I'm emotionally constipated and terrible at communicating and have the worst ex-girlfriend in history. Had. Past tense. She's locked up now. Best wedding present I could have asked for. I laugh. That's dark. I'm a dark person. You knew this. And I married you anyway. You did, which means you're stuck with me. I can think of worse fates. He turns me in his arms, his hands framing my face. I'm going to spend the rest of my life making sure you never regret this, he says. Making sure you're happy, safe, loved. I already am all those things. Then I'll make sure you stay that way. He kisses me, and it tastes like promises and future and everything we fought for. When we break apart, I'm smiling. Take me to bed, husband. Yes, wife. And he does. 1 year later, the house in Scotland is ours now. Not a fortress. Not a hiding place. A home. We spend summers here, away from the city, away from the noise. Callum works remotely. I curate virtually. We've learned to build a life that doesn't require sacrificing ourselves to maintain it. Tonight, we're on the roof deck. The same place he brought me that first night when everything was falling apart. But now, everything's together. The stars are out, millions of them, sharp and bright against the highland sky. I have something to tell you, I say. Callum looks at me, curious. What? I'm pregnant. For 3 full seconds, he doesn't react. Then, you're what? Pregnant, about 8 weeks. I found out yesterday, but wanted to wait until we were here to tell you. He's still processing, face cycling through shock, joy, terror. We're having a baby. We're having a baby. Emma, I don't know how to be a father. You didn't know how to be a husband either. Look how that turned out. That's different. It's not. You'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Together. Together, he repeats. Then he's pulling me into his arms, holding me so tight I can barely breathe. I love you, he says. God, Emma, I love you so much. I love you too. Even though you're going to be completely insufferable and overprotective for the next 7 months. 7 months, right. We need to. He's spiraling. I kiss him, cutting off the panic. We don't need to do anything except be here, now, together. He takes a breath, nods. Okay, together. We stand there under the stars, his hand resting on my still flat stomach. And I think about how far we've come. From a contract signed in desperation to this. To love that's real and messy and occasionally terrifying. To a future we're building together. One choice at a time. Callum. Yeah? Thank you for not being perfect. He laughs. That's an odd thing to thank me for. Not really. If you were perfect, this wouldn't be real. And I want real. Always. You have it. You have me. All of me. Forever. Forever's a long time. Not long enough. And standing there in the Scottish darkness, stars overhead and the sea crashing below, I believe him. Because we survived the worst. Which means we can handle anything. Even parenthood. Even forever. Even the messy, complicated, beautiful thing that is choosing to love someone every single day. We don't need a contract for that. We never did. The end.